I think we can start now.
Yes, I think we should start. So, hello and good afternoon to everyone. We are in the day 2 of our conference on building resilience. We have two colleges presenting today, and they are also partners of the BRUCOM project. One is School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, and School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. And I hope, unlike yesterday, we have a good line of speakers to talk more about resilience and share their experiences. So not taking much time, over to you, Dr. Meenakshi.
Yeah, sure. A very good afternoon. My warm greetings to the coordinator of the program, BRUCOM, Dr. Tanya Barjar, the host of the program, Miss Indu Agarwal, Miss Maria from Spark, Miss Tanya Barjar have been from the professor from Lenovo University, Krems, Austria, ITC Netherlands, SPA Bhopal, NIT Hamidpur, Karvia, Mumbai, NGOs, Spark, and Cure, and my colleagues, Dr. Ayan Taraftar, we have the presence of Dr. Adi Narayanan, Dr. Faiz Ahmed, Dr. Prashanti Rao, and the participants. It was a very stringent journey. I will just be talking about the overview of the journey, and very meticulously carried out with the presence of our coordinator, Ms. Tanya Barjar. And we went through the various processes. In the processes, we came to know what resilience actually means. Otherwise, it was interchangeable for us: sustainability, disaster, as disaster management, and resilience. And the word resilience, seemingly being used as the latest buzzword, was increasingly used in the multitude of contexts and meant many things to many people in numerous different situations. In the Indian context, the term sustainable planning and resilience planning has been misunderstood, as I already told you. And in the past, resilience has often been described as a resilience, as a capacity to bounce back after a disaster has struck. However, with this program on building resilience, communities, many stakeholders understood the real meaning, that resilience is not just about bouncing back, but more of an adaptive capacity held by individuals or communities. We learned resilience is a measurable ability of any habitable system to maintain continuity out of all shocks and stresses by positively adapting and transforming towards sustainability. Resilient cities, town, or community assesses plans and acts to respond to hazards, natural and man-made, sudden or slow onset, expected and unexpected. Hence, they are better positioned and equipped to protect and enhance people's life, secure very, very positive development, and nurture the developmental gains and drive the positive change. Urban resilience focuses primarily on the three distinct features. These are climate change, natural disaster, and anthropogenic hazards. Accordingly, resilience strategies, we were also increasingly concerned about the huge risk that the climate change poses to our cities these days. Climate change has brought higher temperatures, sea level rise, and more intense rainstorms, droughts, and heat waves. In a similar context, we visited the various places such as Vijayawada, for which the details will be given by my co-host, Dr. Ayan Taraftar and Dr. Adi Narayanan. So we witnessed there how natural disasters have cost the lives and destroyed the urban spaces and communities around the world, particularly in India. To reduce the risk and impact of these threats and to increase the safety and well-being of residents, cities, and communities must be more resilient and should be well prepared for addressing these threats. The critical question is, how resilient are our contemporary cities and communities? Are we ready for a multiplicity of challenges and problems and uncertainties in the future. Most importantly, what should cities and urban communities do at present to move from a vulnerable to the more resilient state? In India, more such studies are required to be carried out because of the diversity in landscape, diversity in the culture, environment, and climate. Therefore, the Building Resilient Urban Communities research project aimed and fill the theoretical and practical gaps and answer the critical questions regarding what cities and the urban communities in India should do to move forwards towards a more future resilient state. The focus of SP Vijayawada's work in BREWCOM research project was to identify the best practices which are traditionally followed by the local communities with extreme climate variables, natural disasters. We documented the adaptive strategies and the contemporary application. For that, 3 case studies were being carried out. The first study was thermal comfort for mitigating heat stress through climate responsive planning and design, where our coordinator from Danube University, Krems, Austria, Ms. Tanya Berger, personally had come from Austria to conduct the study in Vijayawada. And the second study was conducted was urban heat and spatial dynamics, planning towards climate resilience, a case study of Bangalore in collaboration with ITC Netherlands, where Professor Kyran came personally and along with that, Dr. Faiz accompanied her to Bangalore to study this. And the third study was climate resilient adaptation of built form in the hilly region through traditional wisdom and best practices, a case study of Himachal Pradesh, wherein we studied the Byas Valley, and all my colleagues from NIT Hamirpur and as well as from SP Vijayawada, to name all of them, Dr. Adi Narayanan, Dr. Faiz Ahmed, Dr. Karthik, Dr. Ayon Tarafdar, Dr. IP Singh, Puneet Sharma, Dr. Aniket Sharma, all of us went and did the study for the Byas Valley entirely. We measured it. In all these case studies, a conscious attempt was made to find answers for the following question: is a resilient community a sustainable one? To be sustainable, does a community need to be resilient? In the process and based on the case studies, we found that sustainability and resilience are not the same, which we used to think. However, they are interdependently linked. We found that a sustainable community can only be sustainable if it holds some degree of resilience. So we had the various symposium in the process. The kick-off meeting happened in SP Vijayawada from 11th February to 15th February, wherein we had the participation from all our partners, and it was very successfully arranged in SP Vijayawada from 11th February to 15th February. That was the start of it. And it was hosted in School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. And then symposium, we started with the symposium 1, and it started with in the Institute of Danube University, Krems, Austria. There we went to, and the symposium topic was lessons learned from the climate change adaptation in Europe and site visit. This was with effect from August 26 to August 30th. And the second symposium was lessons learned from European informality and site visit. That was with effect from October 21 to 24. Thereafter, symposium 3rd, defining new planning and design paradigms. This was being conducted by School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, with effect from November 29-30th. And then symposium 4, training needs for urban resilience in India, Karvia Mumbai. The host was Karvia Mumbai in December 3rd and 4th. So you can see every month we used to have the symposium, and there were a lot of takeaways from these symposium. And then site visit in the Netherlands ITC was also eye-opening in the University of Twente Enschede. It was with effect from February 24 to February 28, 2020. And there were various lessons were being learned. As I said, they will be held, they will be conducted in detail, they will be presented more in detail by my colleague, Dr. Adi Narayanan. So in the process, we developed the various courses. These were traditional wisdom and sustainability concept. This was being taken up as a course in March 3rd semester. Energy studies in urban planning for the M-Plan 3rd semester. Human settlements and climate change, that was being taken up again in M-Plan 3rd semester, and 3 more are in future, for the future, to continuity of this program will be taken up, and that will be discussed in detail by my co-host and my colleague, Dr. Ayan Tarafdar. So development of PDPs and conduction, there were a lot of takeaways, there were a lot of learning, and the first PDP that was being conducted, that was in November 2020. This was 6 days PDP, which were conducted on the topic application of GIS in urban resilience and planning, and it was being hosted again in SPA Vijayawada, where a lot of participants joined together. Around 250 applicants were available, but then we had to cut short them to 75 so that it should be great teaching and learning. And another one was urban dynamics and climate resilience, which took place during November 28 to 3rd December 2020. And again, it was a 6 days professional development program, wherein also we had a great rush, and we had to streamline, the takers, and accordingly, with a promise that we will conduct another case study that will also be conducted shortly by us. So this is how very successful case studies we carried, and now we are in the process of continuity of the project, and we are sure, there are a lot of good happenings, and a lot of meticulous planning happened, a lot of teaching learning could take place in the process. We documented many places in there in Vijayawada itself, and in Hamirpur, Himachal Pradesh, and in Beas Valley, and a lot of takeaways were there in the course fairs. And with this, I think the detail will be talked more about by Dr. Adi Narayanan. Over to the case studies to Dr. Adi Narayanan, please. Thank you. Dr. Adi Narayanan, you are there?
Yes, madam. Thank you, madam. Very good afternoon to one and all. I will be discussing about the case study performed by SPA Vijayawada. SPA Vijayawada carried out 3 case studies. The case study 1, which is conducted at Vijayawada, that is thermal comfort study for mitigating heat stress through climate responsive planning and design, in collaboration with Danbo University, Krems, Austria. The key highlights of the project is the thermal environment in informal sector are often neglected while planning and design of low-income housing settlement. This case study was focused primarily on understanding, mapping, and drawing planning and design guidelines for assessing and improving the thermal conditions of a low-income rehabilitated housing settlement in Vijayawada, a city in India. So in this case study, we employed archetype characterization of the case area was carried out. 18 archetypes were narrowed down for further documentation and thermal perception study. Qualitative interviews on selected case studies were performed along with recording thermal sensation votes, where our project coordinator, Dr. Tanya Berger, was also part of the this field visit. And in this case study, we experimented with the Testo 480 and the thermal imager camera were used for measuring the temperature, humidity, air velocity, and isothermal images during the course of documentation. The major findings of this particular Vijayawada case study is perception of heat in low-income housing settlement had varied response as against the general perception. The findings of the study could help architects, planners, and decision makers in making informed decisions while planning and design of especially low-income housing settlements. Then the second case study, urban heat and spatial dynamics, planning towards climate resilience, a case of Bangalore city in collaboration with ITC Netherlands. This study attempts to find empirical relations between urban built-up and urban green spaces, urban blue patches, and formation of urban heat stress zones. We are trying to identify documented the urban heat stress zone in the Bangalore city. It attempts to establish strong linkages between changing urban morphology and heat stress zones at sub-city level, grassroots level, to bring out the need to have a heat resilient city planning strategies. So the data assimilated on geospatial format for grids of 500 meter by 500 meter entire Bangalore municipal area with 6 control parameters of resilient towards heat stress. These 6 control parameters are population density, vegetation index and green cover, water index and blue cover, built index, building density, land surface temperature, and land use. The key findings of this case study, the study established the spatial statistical relation between heat stress zones and physical characteristics of Bangalore urban system. So findings of the study will be much more helpful in urban planning to predict and decide the future dynamic functions of the city. Then another case study, case study 3, which is climate resilient adaptation of built form in hilly region through traditional wisdom and best practices. A case of Himachal Pradesh in collaboration with our Indian partner institute, National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur. Here, the traditional settlements have evolved over centuries in an organic spatial pattern with certain inherent factors that deal with externalities like disaster and natural calamities. So here our prime focus is to grasp the indigenous knowledge, which is often evolved on the principles of trial and error, which is then followed in mainstream sciences. On the contrary, modern planned settlements that are based on the man-made scientific interventions are designed to deal with resilient towards calamities. This case study, we attempted to map, document, critically evaluate the traditional construction techniques, skills, and knowledge prevalent among the local communities in northwestern part of the Himachal Pradesh, particularly Dharamshala and Kullu region. The key findings for this case study, the lessons learned from these different cases, field visit conducted and case study, which paved the way for sensitizing architects, planners, and policymakers to promote sustainable and resilient built environment in hilly regions. To summarize all these case studies, a concise attempt was made to find answers for the 2 questions. Is a resilient community a sustainable one? The second question is, to be sustainable, does a community need to be resilient? In the process, based on the case study, we found sustainability and resilience are not the same. Rather, they are independently linked. However, we found that sustainable community can only be sustainable if it holds some degree of resilience. We find deliberate attempts are being made across the globe and India, in particularly renaissance of resilience. Therefore, resilience for whom, what, when, where, and why needs to be carefully examined and considered at every decision impacting the community and as well as city planning. This is the quick overview and highlights of the case study performed under this BureauCom research project. Thank you for the opportunity. Handing over to Dr. Ayon.
Yeah. So moving on, what we will quickly go through is that after going through these case studies and from the knowledge and the findings which we extracted from these case studies, the project went on to the next phase where these were put into our courses, our pedagogy, and moved into the classrooms and into the professionals. For that, there are 3 things which we did. Firstly, there were 3 courses which were implemented and carried out in the previous semester, in the spring semester in SPA Vijayawada. First course is Traditional Wisdom and Sustainability Concepts. And this was offered at the MArch second year, 3rd semester level, which dealt with understanding of vernacular and traditional architectural concepts, which covered both informal, functional aspects of architecture in terms of structures, local materials, designs, to meet the different challenges of resilience and thereby slowly get into the realm of sustainability. The next course which we also offered was energy studies. This was also a core subject like the previous one. It was offered for Masters of Planning, Environmental Planning students, final year, third semester. The students were given inputs on different aspects of energy uses and overuse of energy, formation of clusters and other valuation techniques, which thereby has an implication and link with formation of heat islands. The third course which was offered was Human Settlements and Climate Change, which was an elective offered and to predominantly the M-Planning, Environmental Planning and Management students, but also urban and regional planning and transport planning students also took this course. And this dealt at a slightly broader level, which introduced them to different aspects of climate change, vulnerability related to climate change, emissions and mitigations, etc. While all these three courses were running throughout the semester, every week about 3 hours, 2 hours lecture and 1 hour tutorials, and it ended with assessments and assignments related to various case studies picked up from Vijayawada and around. We then did two professional development programs, PDPs. The first one was a 6-day program in November, which focused on application of GIS in resilience planning. There were different sub-aspects which were touched upon in this PDP, like, for example, the role of GIS in urban planning, geospatial data structure and system requirements, geospatial applications in disaster planning and management, and for climate studies. And these different lectures were spread over 5 days, and experts from the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, which is a premier institute in the field of GIS and remote sensing, they collaborated with us, and they almost participated in delivering their experiences of almost 40% of the hours. In total, about 26 hours of training was delivered to various professionals across India who are in their mid-career stage to update and develop their skills as and when required in their respective departments. The next PDP which we offered was in late November, also a 6-day PDP on urban dynamics and climate resilience. This was also spread over 6 days, and we had different subcomponents related to climate resilience built into the program. For example, urban flooding, urban heat, energy related issues, and emerging techniques and tools which can be used by planners to deal with climate resilience. So in this PDP also, they were, like the previous one, they were almost 70 participants, more than 65 participants from all over India and abroad. And we had several institutions who collaborated for almost 40% of the lecture hours, institutions of repute like the National Institute of Hydrology, NIT, IIT Roorkee, NIT Nagpur, various other institutes of repute, and these professionals joined with us to share their experiences. Moving on, we also have developed 3 courses, designed 3 courses for future implementation, which are presently in the state of open courseware, but these can be designed and delivered and replicated. First one is on traditional knowledge in urban resilience, and it also covers various aspects which we derived from our case studies, particularly the one which dealt with hilly terrain and climate resilience in hilly terrain. Then the second OCW or open courseware which we have designed for future continuity of this project is heat stress and thermal comfort. And the third one is dealing with settlement planning and design in hilly terrain. So with this, I now hand over to Dr. Fayaz to summarize the overall project.
Yeah. As a part of this project, we were also organizing how the other institutes are conducting the PDP programs, and also especially we were interested to know how these programs are getting implemented in the institute. One of the aim of the project is to train professionals. That's one of the key output that we are expected out of this program. So as on date, you can see from the graph, we have tried to we have achieved we have trained around more than 500 participants across the country from different backgrounds, participating in different PDPs, which are conducted by SPA Vijayawada, Bhopal, Kravya, and NIT Hamirpur as well. Okay, and it was a good experience for us as well. We learned what is the market demand, what the professionals are looking for, so that they can further enhance their knowledge and their skills. And with reference to that, we will continue to do this kind of programs also in line with National Education Policy 2020, where the Government of India is also looking for these kind of initiatives, where how do we train, how do we build the capacity building programs at different universities or different organizations for working professionals, where these ideas can be imparted. Okay, and we believe that these kind of the project BIRUCOM and similar such projects will also help in achieving this the vision of National Education Policy 2020. With this, I hand over the session to Dr. Ayan Taraptar to brief what are the next sessions and who are the speakers and so on. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, so that was about the one of the components of the project based on which SPA Vijayawada worked on. In the same way, there are other institutes in the project who have worked on similar lines. And now we have a keynote session coming up, which will be delivered by Dr. Anil Kashyap. And I would like to ask the overall host, should we have a short question session or should we move on to the keynote session for a couple of minutes? Should we take some questions for the first part?
Yes, Ayan, you can take on some questions, but we don't see any questions.
There is not, but yes, if there are questions in your mind, you can please keep on posting it. We would go as per the program, and let me now introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Anil Kashyap. He is a professor and head of the Department of Geography and Environmental Management at the University of West England in Bristol, in United Kingdom. And prior to this role, he was the deputy head of School of Coventry University and the professor and director of School of Real Estate at Rick's School of Built Environment in the UK. He's also a fellow of the Higher Education Academy of United Kingdom and a council member of the International Federation of Housing and Planning, particularly representing the concerns of India. Dr. Kashyap has a strong research interest spanning from energy efficiency in settlements, healthy and resilient smart cities, urban regeneration, infrastructure financing, and so on. He closely works with the Government of India on advisory role and has, as an additional responsibility, has been recently appointed as the Director General of NICMAR in Pune. His vast experience, particularly his interest in resilience and his interest in planning and designing of settlements, would be very beneficial to us. I would request Dr. Anil to kindly address this gathering with his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Ayan, for generous introduction. I'll try and share my PowerPoint here in a second. It goes to view.
Dr. Kashyap, you will have a button called share screen. So once you have it open on your laptop, you go to share screen and then you select the presentation you want to show. Once you select it, then you can start sharing it.
Sure. Actually, what has happened, I'm using this new laptop here and it is not configured to Zoom, and my PowerPoints are showing as unknown files here when I look into files. Let me open system preference. I should have tested beforehand. Yeah, it need permission to share with Zoom. So files and folders. Ayon, if I send you this file quickly while I'm even doing that, will that be?
Yes, we can share from our end. You can please send us across.
I'll just send it to.
Yeah.
Ayon. Yeah, it's coming on to your Vijayawada email ID, if you can. Yeah, it's been emailed.
Yeah, just checking. We're checking.
That's, yeah, it's gone. But in the meantime, I'll continue looking for what's the problem with the configuration here. But yeah, while we are sharing the screen, let me start a bit of an introduction here, and that will be part of the presentation. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to the conference organizers of this particular project, and thank you for your kind invitation to come and present some of my thoughts and share some of ideas with you all. Some of these are part of my own project, which I have just finished with the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and University of the West of England in Bristol. That was a joint partnership project. And it was funded by British Council in the UK. And this was all about critical infrastructure and impact of climate change on its resilience. So there is a similar context going on, and I have gone through your project website and downloaded a couple of reports done by SPA Vijayawada and NIT Hamirpur, and very interesting parallels I could draw coming from my research as well as from the project which we have just finished with British Council. So I will, in next 20 minutes or so, I was planning to, once these slides are up here, I was planning to cover 3 aspects here, and 3 are quite interrelated aspects, but I may not be that repetitive what you guys have already discussed in your team meetings or in your faculty development initiatives. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thanks, Ayon. So the 3 things which I thought I will share with you. I can't, if you can move the next slide. Yeah. So, or 4 things basically. The first one is to set the context about the importance of very recent phenomena I am picking up, particularly from Indian context, and that is applicable to cities. Then, what kind of design interventions are to be anticipated? These design interventions are well talked about. These may not be very new to you people, but it will be very important to touch upon some of those things. But the important aspect, which is always forgotten, is number 3 and number 4, which is financing. Resilience and all these, we can talk about those interventions, but how to finance those interventions in order to make that happen into a reality. And it is coming from more practical aspects of that, coming out of the drawing board, coming out of the webinar kind of a situation, but more into implementation. And the final thing is education. You have been doing something on education, which is very recently, and I heard in the previous conversation about some of the modules and the units being embedded into your MSc and M planning programs and MArch programs, which is really good to see that. So setting the context of this blue-green resilience, next, urban flooding. Why this urban flooding is so important? Because there is no prize for guessing this picture where this is, and this has been very much every year's newspaper headline, and it is very close to School of Planning and Architecture in New Delhi, and this is called Minto Bridge, and you can see the depth of the flooding here is quite scary in terms of what it looks like, the volume. And this year particularly has been very challenging in terms of urban flooding. The next picture, and it is about a week ago in Gujarat, Rajkot, and these areas, and the Mumbai picture is the next one. It's a regular feature. Somehow we as communities generally accept these kind of things, but if you look at from the disruption in life and all that, some of these are really unacceptable, and unacceptable by should be unacceptable by the community, by the users, but at least governments as well as other civic agencies, they need to do something about these things. But I haven't had a concrete kind of a proposal in order to alleviate these issues. But I can go on to the next slide showing some basic features of common sense, which can actually help alleviate some of the issues, may not be in the existing cities, but maybe in the new areas which are being developed. So the situation in the picture here on the left hand side, on the top two pictures, is about like how the urban scenario in a worst possible sense can be, where everything is paved and you are blocking the river and channels, etc., which typically has happened in case of New Delhi NCR in Gurgaon, where Najafgarh drain has been built over and been repacked with hardcore, and that will lead to the kind of flooding which we have been seeing in our urban areas. So the alternative to that is to adopt the bottom two scenarios, which are more natural in terms of integrating blue as well as in green in our landscape. And we can have multifunctional landscape, and we can have some space connectivity. Chandigarh has been very good example of the space connectivity with blue and green, the water streams connecting through the green spaces, and all that is a good example to learn. And it has sustained over a long period. Now almost 60-70 years city has been built. Of late we have seen flooding in the city, but it has actually sustained for some time. But Gurgaon, which is not that old, has not even survived 10 years of its existence, and these flooding, etc., have come back. So next, the message here is message here is that how we integrate some of these common sense concepts into our our planning and designing and architecture of our built spaces. That's one thing, and I just wanted to introduce this concept of design, etc. But this is one of many, and there are few other which I will talk about in next slide. So yeah, so this is something like a schematic diagram where blue green can be actually integrated into the city landscape, and some of these catastrophic floods, etc., can be not eliminated, but can be reduced up to a certain extent. Next, please. Yeah, so there are multiple benefits of blue, green plus gray as well. If there are a number of, and you can click on this animation. So there are day-to-day non-flood benefits as well. If you have got open spaces which are green, multifunctional areas, you can have happier and healthier, resilient communities. It can actually then extend the lifetime of existing gray assets like our sewer lines, our infrastructure, drains, etc. So we can actually extend the lifetime of existing gray asset, which get really out of date and out of capacity for even in a short period of time. And you can increase the breadth of stakeholders involved as well. So the practical approaches need to be incorporated into the planning, and this is the message which came from RTPI, Royal Town Planning Institution. I am a chartered member of RTPI, and there are always conversation about some of these practical approaches which can be actually integrated into planning, and they can go from number of ways how we can actually incorporate those, and we need to use real life opportunities like local floods to make the impact. It's more like localized solutions. There is no design principle actually we can give out here, but actually those are the actions which are required at local and community level. Next. And planning processes like change of land use, the application of some access norms, building bylaws, zoning regulation, they can actually help addressing some of these planning suggestions, and they can be incorporated into the planning process. Next. There are 10 resilient urban design principles I have picked up, but I won't go into too much of detail into each of them, but I will actually bring out what is the essence coming out of it, what is the sense coming out of these ones, which are most commonly used is the embracing the density, diversity, mix of uses, users, building types, public spaces. It is fundamental that if there are those kind of mixes in the design where there are number of functions, and then obviously there will be more opportunity for getting a better outcome of that. Also, some of the travel related, energy related, we have already spoken about focus on energy and resource conservation, walkability, etc. All those are some of the design principle for becoming more resilient city plans, etc. So go next, please. Yeah, again, the last three are more about energy, effectiveness and efficiency of the systems, transportation, communication. But the most important one is the resource as well. The local resources growing, producing within so close proximity, so it becomes more resilient, and we don't depend on some of the far distance deliveries. For example, it was quite interesting seeing in COVID time in the UK, where number of supermarkets and supermarket stores went empty, mainly because people actually over accumulated, but there was another reason of supply chain as well. Number of things were dependent on mainland Europe deliveries, etc., which were cut short into COVID period, and you could see a real impact of what could have been. Other thing was that there were crops which were ripe in UK, and there were no labor available. So people Ryanair flew, I think, 200 migrant workers from mainland Europe to actually help with the crop, etc. So those kind of things are some of the learning from the pandemic as well, to make and hinting more strongly for resilient communities, and what kind of systems actually we need to have for anything whatever is going beyond from cities to more production factories, etc., and all that. With that background and some of the principles, I would like to finally touch upon, next please, touch upon the financing aspect of, you can go on to the next please as well, I'm conscious of time. When the financing of in this climate resilient infrastructure. So there are number of bottlenecks as well as number of opportunities available here. So for investor, there are potential actions listed here to adapting infrastructure to climate change. We need to have some sort of investors into this whole thing. We need to look at the investor who can do some due diligence process, demand greater disclosure of climate risk adaptation actions by infrastructure organizations, so that they can actually invest into some of the assets. Infrastructure owners and operators, this whole carbon climate change resilience, low carbon development need to consider climate change impact in the design, build, operate of the new infrastructure. Regulators as well need to actually balance the current and future consumer interest by aligning climate resilience alongside short-term objectives of efficiency and value for money. Insurers, because lots of assets are impacted by that, and that's how the insurers need to actually work with clients to improve the current and future climate resilience, to reduce the exposure to weather events, and obviously engineers, planners need to develop ways to design and build climate resilient infrastructure. Next. This working paper of United Nations is actually quite interesting, how to finance low carbon and climate resilient developments. Is a worth read, which sets some of the fundamental aspects of how the climate change investments and can be realized for climate resilient development. So please have a scan through this paper as well. I found it particularly interesting. And this link as well, which gives the financing the global low carbon transition. This is the name of the report, which actually talks about some of these initiatives. They need to be designed and leveraged by public and private financing. So there are funds which are available, which are green funds or green investment, which people can leverage on developing infrastructure and building into their projects. So this is quite another 10-point action plan to mobilize private capital. That is another useful publication about that. There are number of challenges which we have listed, despite that we have got lots of solutions and suggestions coming out, but there are real challenges. How government can facilitate progress in adapting infrastructure, how to set out challenges for adapting the climate change in economic regulatory models. There are planning systems for how the planning system for nationally significant infrastructure can guide applicants and investors. So likewise, there are a number of real challenges. So we have to work ourselves through these challenges and come up with some sort of more practical aspects of our policy making and suggestions. Otherwise, what will happen that without the sight of these real challenges, we cannot implement our design principles or our public policy. Next, please. And this finishes my presentation with a last slide, that education for sustainable development, ESD. It is coming out from the sustainable development goals and all, and it's very important that how ESD can be embedded into our education system. And I'm coming from the university where ESD, Education for Sustainable Development in UWE Bristol, has been embedded into the curriculum. It is not for, say, for example, it's not just important for the scholars of planning and architecture or engineering to know more about sustainability, but it is equally important for the social scientists, geography and other applied sciences people to know about sustainable development and how we integrate the sustainable development into local planning in learning about these things. And fundamental aspect of this can be that sustainable development can be embedded right from the beginning of the education in schools. Our teams are doing at UWE Bristol 2 research projects where they are working with the young children in schools, and one team is actually working on the resilience of water. Water scarcity has been all over the world, so they are working with children, making them aware about the water and its utilization at that early age. Otherwise, what will happen that when the habit get developed, then obviously it is very difficult to leave that. But if you start inculcating those at the young age, obviously then this can be very useful output of that. So we are working with schools, and we have actually taken a publication out of that project called Story of a Water Hero. So a student actually is a water hero, talking about use of conservation of water and the scarcity, etc. And that is done in the language of children. Language in the sense that book is more like a cartoon with which is more readable and more understood by the school children. And so we have worked our way, rather than having high level terminology and throwing lots of jugglery of words, etc. It is more actually more focused to the end user. And the second project is working with school children on climate resilience and flooding, etc. So these are 2 really interesting projects funded by the public sector organization in the UK, and people, agencies, the research councils, EPSRC and ESRC. So the teams are working on that. So this is end of my kind of pitch, but I thought I will touch upon some of my experiences and maybe lay or even sow the seed of some future thoughts as well, and maybe potential for some collaboration together working on this common interest areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kashyap. We would see if there are any questions from the audience. or any clarifications, you can please type, or else you can, because it's live, you can unmute and ask.
Ayon, there are two questions.
Yes, please.
So one is, how can you prevent conversions of majority of the open and green spaces when its economic value is so high when converted to other uses, especially in high-end cities?
So, sir, would you like to, you would have to, yeah.
I can take this one, Ayon. Look, it's an interesting balance between how the value is perceived here. So are we talking about the value in terms of its asset, or are we talking about the, the value, what we are going to lose if we are not taking this action? So it depends on how the value is perceived. That's my first reaction to that. But obviously, loss of life, loss of infrastructure, loss of disturbance in the day-to-day life is also value lost. It has got some economical value attached to that. So we have to actually convince our agencies in such a way that the value seen by them is slightly different than what actually is in real kind of land value or place value, but there are other values which are associated with that. So it is down to us as planners, policy makers, how we present and bring the other stakeholder on the same talking table. That's my initial response to that. But yeah, anybody can take that further as well.
Yeah. So Maya, you had a second question, you said?
Yes. Can resilient planning of urban infrastructure help vulnerable communities living in the outskirts of metro cities like Mumbai in social and ecological aspects?
Dr. Anil, would you like to take that? Maya, can you repeat the question once?
I can see that. I can read here. That's can resilient planning of urban infrastructure help? Yes, of course. I would say that that the overall impact of resilient planning will help all those communities, and obviously they are the most affected people or communities of some of these flooding, etc. So if any policy or any bottom-up approach to be taken, that need to be taken in keeping those communities in mind. But what are the solutions? We don't need to jump on the solution whether they coexist or whether there are other solutions. They are more local aspects, but I think but there is a merit in considering all that. And if you don't consider, then the solution won't really work. That's what I can actually add into that.
Yes, Dr. Prashant, can you come closer to the microphone? Okay. So I think particularly there is no direct question anymore in the chat box, which I can see. But yes, I would also like to say that the two aspects which you said, Dr. Anil, particularly which kind of triggered a way of thinking in me is the due diligence. The due diligence in climate change aspects is still missing largely in Indian context as to who is responsible and who will look into what. It's still an incentive-based thing where So if you are moving into design which is more climate responsive, then you get some gradings, you get some incentives, but then there is no one who can enforce or who can look into whether things are done with proper diligence, and also the financing aspect of the resilient design are something which I think there's a scope of a lot of more research. So I believe those are really points to take away. And yes, there are there some more questions?
Rashanti, can you please mute your mic?
Yeah, I think it has got.
Ion, there's a second part to the question that's in the question and answer box,
Yeah.
which is, can it catalyze the bottom-up development approach to retain their pace of living and help them coexist with the rapid urbanization and threat of gentrification seen in the recent years?
Yeah.
Yeah, Maria, I did touch upon that as well. That look, rather than jumping onto the solution of whether it is coexisting or whether what kind of approaches we can actually, but I can certainly say that their involvement into policy making or decision making is quite important. They should not be overlooked or they should not be seen as something outside the consultation process. Need to understand these communities requirements and how first of all we can accommodate those which are there in the system, but actually then how we prevent more future similar kind of development coming up in newer parts of the cities, and what policies, what kind of measures we should be putting in place in order to not landing into the same situation which is already existing in Mumbai, particularly with the informal settlements and flooding, and most impacted upon of those marginal developments which are happening alongside roads and public land. So that's something which is obviously not a direct answer to that, but I would say that this is part of the problem or part of the solution.
And I would just like to add here, because I think for Rishikesh, there is a point which she's trying to make about outskirts of metro cities, generally where the municipal responsibilities no more extend beyond the boundaries of the municipal limits. Yes, their urban infrastructure is mostly organic and mostly indigenous, and hence many a times at risk and challenged and inadequate. So, but there are certain schemes which deal with infrastructure in rural areas, not necessarily in peri-urban areas, but in rural areas for upgrading of infrastructure, certain central government and state government schemes, which can probably help in making these infrastructure upgraded and resilient. But I believe this, the outskirts word is critical, because suddenly the responsibilities end and then the communities are left on their own. Transforming communities are left on their own to deal with flooding, to deal with contamination, etc. So maybe that point is a short addition from my side, that there are schemes, and it's up to the metropolitan development agencies and the rural development ministry or the metropolitan development agencies to tap into that and take care of the peri-urban zones. So I think that's there is no more questions getting posed, but if anybody would like to, we have still a few minutes more time. Would anybody like to speak and ask the question to Professor Anil or to the team of SPAV about the work which we have been doing? Okay. So in that case, I would like to thank Dr. Anil for taking time out of his busy schedule and addressing the gathering here and giving us certain insights about the project which you have been doing with British funding on aspects related to resilience there in UK. and also giving some pointers of linking this with financing, with diligence, due diligence, and education. So those are definitely a way forward for projects like this. We have addressed the education aspect, but taking it, mainstreaming it up to the school or high school is something which is innovative, which definitely has a scope. So I thank you again, and I would also request that you stay on and listen to, if possible, if you have time, you can listen to the subsequent part of the program and the speakers. Thank you so much on behalf of the entire BRUCOM team and SPA Vijayawada.
Thanks, Ayon. Lovely to be part of your deliberations.
So we have two more speakers right after this, experts who would be sharing their viewpoints. Dr. Harimohan Pillai and Dr. Daniel Hirschfeld from USA. But as per schedule, we can have a 5 minutes break before we start with their presentations. Would that be fine from Spark, or should we go ahead?
As long as we are on time, Ayon.
Yes, I think it's possible. So we'll take a 5 minutes break and come back here at around 3:10 or 3:15, and then
Dr. Ayon, there.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm on mute. From the attendees, I can see one hand is up. So
yeah.
Can I give permission to talk?
Yeah, just a second. Yes, it is. Yeah. Why not? Definitely. Please, Al Hassan, you want to ask something to the keynote speaker or to SPA Vijayawada team? Please go ahead. You have the permission to speak from Zoom.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch about the last presentation in terms of the school children. If an organization is working in the informal communities in the urban areas, and those communities are vulnerable, and there are a lot of schools in those communities, but their work over there is to bring them closer to the city authorities to be part of the decision making and policy making in the cities. And but they are not into the educational side. But if this particular presentation, if they can also try as much as possible to improve the schools in those vulnerable communities, how can they be able to support in terms of these particular things? Yeah, that's my question.
I think our keynote person has left, but I will definitely communicate the question to him and try to get you his direct response. But before I respond to you, and would anybody from the BRUCOM core teams and the co-hosts like to respond to Mr. Al Hassan? Well then, just a brief response to you, even though I think you were probably expecting Dr. Anil to speak on it. Yes, I think my response would be that the whole project which we are doing here with European Commission support, the BRUCOM project with all these partners, is probably trying to address the aspects which you are raising, is to involve these marginalized communities, these communities who are slightly more challenged and less endowed, to include them in the process of planning and design and urban studies and urban development. So various case studies which we have done has looked into these different aspects of vulnerability and are suggesting, mainly our intention is to bring into the educational curricula as well as the pedagogy. But through our PDPs, we have been reaching out to city managers, to municipal officers, to practicing planners, where they can pick up these findings and implement it and make it more inclusive, make the voices of these communities further heard when it comes to climate change or aspects or challenges related to climate change. So this is from the project side, but yes, we would like to hear Dr. Anil's, and I'll try to get his response sent across to you. Yeah, I think we can actually continue with Dr. Harmohan Pillai, if you are okay, because we are very close to the actual time of 3:15. If you're fine, we can start a couple of minutes before the schedule.
Yes, sir, Dr. Ayon, I think we can start.
Great. So I would now like to introduce Dr. Harimohan Pillai. Dr. Harimohan Pillai is the chief architect of a very well-known architectural organization, Archi Studio, working out of Kerala, Uttapalam, and he is also a well-wisher and a close collaborator with School of Planning and Architecture in Vijayawada. He's a member of our Senate, which decides about various policies related to our academics and education. He has been having a lot of interest in traditional forms of architecture, and he runs Archi E-Studio, where students are given the training to become designers, and he has been an enabler as well as molded several young minds dealing with design and traditional portions and traditional concepts in design. He's also a member of the Council of Architecture in India and a fellow of the Indian Institute of Architects, a life member of the Indian Society of Technical Education, and a life member of INTAC. And he is not only a well-known practicing architect, but a very common person in higher education, particularly related to architecture and design across institutes of importance in India. I would request Dr. Harimohan Pillai to share his thoughts on this subject and on this theme of BRUCOM. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ayon. I am an architect and a practicing architect, and the work which architects do, which large number of architects do, affects planning of a city. As you know, architects are confined to boundaries. We have plot boundaries within which we work. We as architects design. But planning is a discipline which involves so many bounded properties, not only bounded properties, but also open spaces, public spaces, and so on. So how far resilience is possible between the work of an architect and that of planners is something of a great concern, because somehow this resilience doesn't exist in growing cities which tend to keep grow. For example, the city of Mumbai. I live in a very, very small city of population, roughly 5 to 6 lakhs. But here itself, in this small city, we experienced recently some turbulent times. And I'd like to share my experiences of those times where we as people had to come together to sort out some problems which had happened because of very inefficient kind of planning initiatives taken by the authorities concerned. So let me share the presentation and talk about how we went about, we as citizens of the city. In fact, I was just one of the architects who was involved. But when I was involved, I was not working like an architect. I was rather working like a citizen, interested in getting to see that our built environment is functioning efficiently and has sufficient resilience to face certain kind of natural disasters. It happened only because we had to face a natural disaster. So let me make my presentation. I'm going to speak a little different, though my field is traditional, addressing traditional systems of design and execution in a state which is full of traditional architecture and needing a lot of attention for conservation. But this is about social mobilization in urban housing for disaster management. This happened 3 years ago, 2018. In this small city of ours, we had a flood, and this flood was not natural in nature. It was more or less man-made, because there were heavy rains in South India that year, especially in Kerala during the monsoon, normal monsoon, but heavy rains and cloudbursts. And suddenly the water levels in several dams increased, and the authorities took a decision overnight to release water from several dams and check dams. And our city, which is actually not even close to the sea, or there is no river near our city, suddenly got flooded overnight. In fact, late in the night, I woke up hearing heavy rain sound, and I found that there was about a foot of water in the road. And morning when I wake up, I find that the water has entered the house. This was the situation in most of the houses, most of the colonies in our city. So we had to suddenly get together, all the city folks had to get together to sort out this problem where we were not getting any response from the authorities concerned. So this repeated 1 year later. In 2018, this flood happened. In 2019, again, this flood repeated. That's the time we decided to get together, and we created something called a United Action Council. This is a little United Action Council which got formed suddenly in 2019, which decided to take everything into our hands. And we decided that we will not allow man-made floods anymore, because the main reason was waterlogging in all the residential and non-residential areas of our small city. So see, this is normal monsoon in Kerala. When it rains, when it starts raining sometime in the first week of June, it keeps raining like this till September. June, July, August, September, every year. We have continuous non-stop rain drizzles usually, and we are used to it. And in fact, during summers, we wait for this monsoon to come, this drizzle to start, and the climate to change. Normal monsoon, but this is something which we were not prepared for. This is our colony. This is a street in front of my house, which happened 2 years consecutively in 2018 and 2019. This was unimaginable. Nothing was working. No facilities were working, and water was rising up to midriff level on the streets. So you can imagine what was happening inside the houses. So we got together, all of us residents of not only our colony, but several colonies got together, which had different professionals, doctors, advocates, ordinary people, working class, men and women. We all got together using WhatsApp as a means of communication. Different colonies have WhatsApp groups in which people, exchange information. So through that, we communicated, and all of us got together in one street, which had less water, actually. You can see that. And we decided that we have to take some action on this. So on the street itself, it was decided that we will form something called United Action Council of Residents of Thrissur. And quickly, a small committee was made. And on 15th August 2019, we called a meeting of all the interested residents. There are 34 residential colonies in our city. On 15th August 2019, we called a meeting of all the residents in a school hall, in a pretty popular school. It has its assembly hall. We called a meeting. And this was the image of the meeting. People from all walks of life, all kinds of men, women from different professions assembled together. And there was a discussion on how to go about controlling this. And in fact, we came to a conclusion that we can't do it in everything ourselves. We will have to help the authorities in our own way to take care of or bring about resilience in the built environment. So fortunately for us, the local agricultural minister of the state, Mr. Sunil Kumar, came to our help, and along with him, the mayor of the city and several other officials joined together. And we had a question and answer session with people to sort out the problem. And fortunately at that time, I am also a visiting faculty in Manipal Academy of Higher Education at Manipal. And there they have a Master of Urban Design course where I used to go for lectures occasionally. When I contacted the students there, they were willing to come and do a study of our city, which was quite fortunate. We are quite fortunate that they agreed. So about 20 students of master's student of urban design from Manipal came, and they spent about 8-10 days with us trying to understand our city. Now, what is interesting is none of these students were from Kerala or had any knowledge about our city. So we had to take the students around and introduce our city to them, and which we did. And they made a fascinating study of our city's built environment and the surroundings of our city. You see, we have on the outskirts of our city a wonderful wetland area and also agricultural fields, which is close to the wetland. And the city, which happens to be at a slightly higher elevation, receives the rainwater, and all the rainwater flows into this wetland area. Nobody had given second thought to this process of nature, which has been going on for years, because all the water had to come down to this wetland area and then feed the paddy fields here for year after year for all to continue with the agricultural process. But that year when the flood happened, all the flood waters also came to this wetland area. And this area is called Purakal wetlands. So what we did is, along with the team of students, we did a detailed study of this wetland and its relationship with our city's built environment. And one doctor, dental surgeon actually, took lead, and he became the president of our United Action Council, Dr. Sijo Jose. And we created a technical committee, and we presented our observation in the form of a report to the city mayor. Copy was sent to the Chief Minister of Kerala, to the district collector, and several other organizations about what we as residents feel about what our city needs. So this was the report which we prepared in a very graphic manner, in a very simple manner, about the wetland at Purakal. So this is the wetland which you see on the left, that entire paddy field area, and what you see as the settlement is the small city of Thrissur, which you see on the right. So what happens is, this man-made built environment does not support or maintain effectively the natural channels of flow of water. This is what we discovered when we did a survey, that there is a natural channel of flow of water from the built areas of the city towards the wetland area. But the way the planning was done, the way the flow of water through the man-made channels were regulated, that was not proper. So that was the reason why we were having choking of water areas, waterlogged areas in our built environment. Now, we did a survey by walking around in the city's environment, and this is what we discovered, something which we had never actually observed. You see, these are the channels which are supposed to be regularly maintained by the authorities, and which was not happening. You can see the pathetic condition of the natural drainage channels from the city area towards the wetland. This was a pathetic condition, totally unattended and ill-maintained. And this is our team of residents walking around and studying all the interconnected channels. And I think we should also blame ourselves, the residents, who did not take care about maintaining these facilities. A lot of garbage was strewn around in all these spaces, and we discovered a lot of things which we had been ignoring for all these years, not only the residents, but even the authorities. So finally, all these channels lead to the natural wetland via a bridge, a small bridge. So this kind of study was done by these residential associations. All these associations, we created a data bank of total number of houses, flood affected houses, and how many other facilities are surrounding this residential associations. And this kind of physical team survey was done. Now, please note that this was done without any professional knowledge. I was one of those few architects. There were no planners in the entire team. All were ordinary citizens, men and women. And of course, the team of students who came from Manipal helped us in this whole process. we created some 18 teams which studied different important locations of the city which were heavily flooded during the monsoon season. And detailed study of each of this was done. And we identified the origin and route of some of the important canals and identified them, how they bring the water of the city to the wetland area, and also identified the existence of a small river called Tanikudam River, which was like an irrigation canal circumventing the city, bringing the water from all the paddy field areas towards the Purakal River and finally to the wetland area. So we created this report which said how many colonies are affected, what all the social infrastructure in between the residential colonies which are affected, how much of physical property loss, personal belongings we had to face, how much of loss of income we had to incur because of displacement and man hours lost, etc. And all because of the apathy, no maintenance, no transparency of communication by the authorities. This is what we discovered. But this had to be brought to the notice of the authorities by actually we the people. And no such maintenance had happened before, during, or even after the disaster. One disaster happened, but everyone forgot after the monsoon was over. So that is the reason again in the year 2019, one more disaster happened. And that really woke us up and we prepared this report. So this is a team of students, 20 students who came from Manipal who assisted us in again walking around the city and documenting, surveying information about the city's issues. And this was a presentation prepared by the School of Architecture and Planning from Manipal. Detailed historical evolution of the city. I mean, this only an academic group can do this kind of study, and they did a detailed research into how the city evolved and different times, historical times when flooding happened in the city and the latest event of flooding. And the relationship of the city with other types of floods which happened in the other parts of the state, different types of riverine flood, flash flood, coastal flood, comparison of all this. And the timeline of flood which happened in Kerala at different times, from the great flood called 99 flood, which happened in the year 1924, and one of the biggest floods which we faced in the year 2018. So from 1924 to 2019, different types of floods that have happened, data was collected and collated along with the growth of the settlements, how at different stages, in different ways, people had to suffer losses. So this is all the data which was collected and shared. And the students could also help us create certain digital maps of the city and surroundings to create the natural water flow and conflict points, identify the conflict points of the natural water flow and the flow of water from the city's drains, etc. A lot of spots were identified which needed repair or addition of new kind of sluices, new control walls for controlling the flow of water from the city to the wetland area. These are all done by site observation and recording, sketching, and taking photographs. So finally, not as technical personnel, but as ordinary people, we created certain set of responsibilities as we identified as these are responsibilities which we could pin on different parts of the society. First, what we called was authorities' responsibility. That authorities need to ensure that scientifically designed and executed canal be created instead of just creating drains with just on the spot solve a problem by creating a drain. Instead of that, create scientifically designed canals. We gave some solutions, and also creating interesting walkways around the canals for people to spend time for taking morning walks, evening walks, or sit around and ensure that these canals which are created are not disturbed by any kind of encroachment or throwing of garbage, etc. So scientifically designed canals, different kind of designs were created for shallow and deeper canals with different kind of water levels at different locations. Authorities' responsibilities were listed as must have permanent maintenance, easement along both sides or one side of the canal, necessary for workers and volunteers to walk or access the canal along its bank, which we found was absent in the present situation, so that the inspection of the channel could happen, to do occasional cleanup and carry out repairs, and also suggested certain vegetations which can help stabilize the bank and of the canals. Use plants that are native to our region, which can be easily adapted to our local climate, soil, and water conditions. Because the most native plants will need very little or little maintenance, and they also support local ecosystems. They provide food and shelter for the local birds, butterflies, and other kind of life. So all these were part of the responsibilities which we pinned on the authorities. We also pinned certain responsibilities on as association, that is the residents associations, not only as individuals, but also as a residents association. We found that many of those residences had not paid attention to the existing internal watershed management options which they had. For my colony, which had approximately 85 to 90 residences, all bungalows, I created a surveyed plan of our colony and encouraged other colonies also to create a surveyed plan, find invert levels of drains. See, what is very interesting is none of this information was available even in the municipal corporation or in the planning department or the local corporation. The invert levels of all the drains, the nearest entry and exit point of water flow, the references with the highway which is closer to, or the main roads which are closer to the colonies, how to clean and maintain internal drains regularly, make signage markings for water levels and flood levels during monsoon, and maintain record of day-to-day variations of these levels during monsoon, which can be shared with our collective association called United Action Council. So this was pinned as association's responsibilities. We also thought of a new technology intervention, how it was possible. We decided that before the next monsoon, this happened in 2019. So after 2019, we have been working this year. Fortunately, we had no floods because after our intervention and our discussions with the authorities, which went all the way up to the chief minister, the students in fact sent their report even to the chief minister of the state and to the collector. A lot of things happened, a lot of changes happened. And now we are trying to develop an app. We are trying to get involved with some app developers so that each resident can have a city-based app with which we can monitor the situation of the city, our residential colony, and the surroundings. So what we discovered as part of resilience in the built environment as ordinary residents was that we can have development, but the balance between nature and the man-made environment can never be lopsided. So with this United Action Council, we created this one-liner saying right to live, that we human beings have a right to live, not only, but within the balanced developmental paradigm, which we need to identify ourselves and not to depend on authorities. That is what we discovered as part of our effort. Now, last 1 year, we haven't had any flood. A lot of things have happened. But as is usual, now I must make this observation here, that as usual with all authorities, and nothing happens for a year, no disaster has happened, things are getting lax. Again, unless we have discovered that unless we move together and we do a survey of post-flood situation or what was done, we will not get access to the information. We have requested the authorities that all this information about every city should be up there on the website, the flow of water, what kind of development proposals are happening for the city's growth. It should be easily available for people to sort of manage their own immediate built environment. But so far, nothing has happened. And I believe that resilience in planning initiatives can happen only if we involve the people concerned. And in today's context, when we have so much of technology at our fingertips, if we share all the data which is collected, without any secrecy between the authorities and people, it will be very easy to have a very kind of resilient planning, not only planning, but also execution of all the ideas for better management of the built environment. Thank you very much. I hope I am able to share the concern of we small city folks in sort of getting involved, not as professionals. I was not at all involved as an architect here, because all I could do was get together a team of students who helped us collect and collate data and hand it over to authorities. We did it 2 years ago, from chief minister to the down to the collector. We had several meetings. They said this, we will look into it. We are trying to monitor and see what is happening. But because no rain has happened this year, rain has happened, but we did not see. We were monitoring by walking around. Again, all the residents associations woke up and they were walking. Only when it rains, people wake up. So we looked around, nothing happened. Water was flowing comfortably, slowly towards the wetland. So we are happy this year. Now there will be the northeasterly monsoon, which will happen in the mid of October. For 1 month, it will rain. So again, we will monitor. But whether the authorities have taken any step and documented, created a master plan and put the master plan for everyone to view, we are not sure, because we have not seen any such initiative as yet. So we are still waiting. So I suppose we need to push the boundaries, the boundaries between authorities and people and institutions. Institutions can do studies, survey, document, get the correct kind of data and correct kind of solutions for any problem, and with people's support. But what when authorities do not take it in the correct spirit and share this as very transparently as the state of our built environment? Unless we do that, you see, we will keep growing and we'll keep adding woes to our day-to-day life. Thank you very much. I don't think there can be any questions to all this, because maybe if you have any question regarding how we went about doing this, I can answer something more, but I would rather expect more ideas on this, how we can take care of our smaller and bigger cities. Bombay's problems are huge, huge, huge. I have lived in Bombay for 20 years. I know the problems are very, very huge. And I don't know how they somehow manage, maybe because the sea is nearby, everything flows into the sea, but not without creating a lot of problems in the city itself. We know that from year after year in Bombay's built environment. Thank you.
So thank you, Harman, Dr. Harman Pillai. We have some comments. There is one hand raised also, again by Mr. Al Hassan. So Mr. Al Hassan, you can please ask your question.
Okay. Yeah. This is not a question, but it's just to share some kind of experiences that the presenter just concluded. Yes, it is true that the city authorities is not helping the organizations who are always into the community level in terms of trying to improve the community, trying to bring the issues out so that the cities and the government can able to, to address these kind of issues. I remember 2014, 2015, in Ghana, we were able to do in Accra city, we were able to collect citywide data. And this citywide data, we were able to bring some of the city planning officers in order to build their capacity where the issues that we were able to find in the community level, and how can we help them to address these kind of issues. We build their capacity where this issue located and where the needs that the people need. But when we built these things and we went back to them in 2016, they said, those people that we give to you to build their knowledge in terms of these issues, they were in the students. They completed schools and they are doing their national service, so they have left. So that will tell you that the cities are not serious in terms of all these kind of things. So I believe that if the organization can't, though the organization doesn't have that kind of capacity in terms of resources in order to address these kind of challenges. And that is why we always try to bring the issues and challenges from the community level for the cities to address these kind of things. But they are not ready. So I think, I also I share that kind of experience, and it is working because it is not good for people to spend a lot of money and collect data in the community level, the challenges, the issues, and all these things, and bring it to your doorsteps, and you don't know what to do on that particular data. It is very, very regrettable. So I believe that if some kind of organization, international organization, can support the local organizations in order to address, even if it is a small project, then we can be able to address this in the community level, leaving the biggest one for the government. It will help us for the communities to appreciate and also support. So that is what I want to share. Thank you.
May I add something here? There was one very interesting, I had given this suggestion a couple of years ago in one similar seminar which I attended in the city of Surat. You see, and this we are trying to do here. You see, it is not just even community. At individual level, even individuals should feel that they are part of a city. So how is it possible to bring in technology in this? So idea which was suggested was that every city should have an app, the city app. So,
yeah.
So Vijayawada should have a Vijayawada app, Thrissur should have a Thrissur app. And when, we all have this mobile phone with us. Every individual today carries a mobile phone. You move into a city, automatically that app should get downloaded and installed in your mobile phone. I mean, it is possible with technology today. You enter a city and the city app comes alive, or if you have a common city app, you enter a city, your phone shows that you are in this particular city, and there are certain do's and don'ts of this city. You have to follow certain rules in the city. Each city can have its own rules and regulations, that you are now a citizen of this city. You have come from Vijayawada to Thrissur, so now you are in Thrissur. You may be staying here for 5 days, but there are some rules and regulations of the city. So it is today very easily possible using technology to create city apps. You have to download, when you enter a city, you have to have the city app. The city app gives you the entire map of the city, where to go, what facilities are available, what you are supposed to do, where, if you have, in case of emergency, whom to contact. So it's very easy. It's just a question of creating I think this kind of initiative should be taken by people who develop and design apps. I know there are many cities in the world who have certain apps for, say, locating restaurants and, locating states. We have maps today to find our way through cities. But bringing all these things, facilities together under one city app is essential, crucial, because in case of emergencies, this apps for communicating between the citizens, between the organizations, between the hospitals, it's extremely crucial. So we must use this technology to the hilt, and which is not happening, I suppose. It is possible, and people with knowledge of technology should get down to this act of creating city apps, and should be made compulsory. Like today, you have Aadhaar card as a compulsory thing for an individual. So just like Aadhaar card, why not make this city app a compulsory thing? If you have a telephone, you must have the city app. If you are doing something wrong, the city app will tell you what is wrong, where you are, what you are doing, and so on. Or if you are stuck in an emergency situation, all you have to do is send the signal through the city app to the concerned authorities, or your family member or your relatives, or what. I think it should all be possible. Somebody needs to work on this. Yeah,
I think,
okay, that was good.
There are two quick questions which have been asked by some of the listeners. We are running out of time, so we'll take them quickly. One is, if you can see in the question and answer session, the section, I can read it out for you. It's by Javier from Netherlands. To what extent is common practice that the knowledge generated by students is shared and used by the local governments? And do you see any challenges in that? That is one question. And there's one more question by Alvin Paul. which predominantly asks that do you think that there is a need for population growth control to address these kind of issues? Yeah, so we'll take
Yes,
those.
to the first question about knowledge generated by students. You see, what I have noticed, though I am a teacher and I am always with students, what I have noticed that students are never taken very seriously by the authorities. It is, after all, a student's project or student's version is what they see it as. So we have to, we the teachers or we the specialists, or we have to promote this. Students do a very honest survey, but then whatever data they collect, it is the specialists who have to sit together and do the analysis and, you know, present it to the government. But directly, if students give some studies to the government, they never take it seriously. That's what I have. So that is a big challenge. So there are so many engineering colleges, there are so many institutes of planning and architecture colleges in our country. What all studies the students do, but how much of it goes really to the government agencies? I mean, it is up to the faculty and the other specialists to sit together, collate all this data which the students create, and put forward the correct data to the government. That is our responsibility as specialists. The other question is easy to strike a balance between nature and man. It is easy to say, but very difficult. But is it possible even by population growth control? Now, this is a very, very
very broad question.
Very difficult question to answer. We have been trying to answer this for ages. I'm sorry, I don't think I can answer this.
It's okay. Jamsheed wants to, Jamsheed, I will just allow you from Zoom side. Please ask your question.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Pillai. It was a wonderful presentation. I hope.
Yeah. He has gone silent.
I hope you can
sure.
hear me.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, it was a wonderful presentation, and I would just like to comment that Dr. Pillai, you're right. Mumbai has its problems of flooding over the years, and I'm one of the BRUCOM researchers at KRVI, and we did conduct one such resilience studio by studying Calcutta. And we did gather that Calcutta, ever since the British were there, introduced this idea of the wetland so strongly that the entire city's waste, flood waters, before it enters the Hooghly, actually enters the wetlands. And the entire city's waste is a source of food for production by the fisheries for vegetables. Half the city's population gets employment. And that's the sustainable way as well as the resilient way to go ahead. So I'm glad that you showed the practical aspect of a small town, but and the proposal of a wetland, or the ideas of the concepts of a wetland and how they are able to manage disasters like floods not only works for a small town like yours, but works also for a metropolis as large as Calcutta. It is sad that we have not understood our watersheds well. That have actually and we are so obsessed with development that we go about building anywhere and everywhere. That is now happening in Calcutta too, and thankfully it is now the Calcutta wetlands are protected under the Ramsar Act, and that's the way to go about. And perhaps someday in Bombay too, though we are a linear city. And the BMC only thinks of pumping fresh water out, and soon we'll run out of fresh water. We will have to look at our hinterlands too to develop into wetlands, such that not only can we tap water, but also be able to feed our cities in that sense. So thankful for your lovely. I hope I could relate well, and many thanks for your lovely presentation. Good day.
Thank you, Jamsheed, and thank you a lot, Dr. Harmohan Pillai. For taking all these questions. We have to move forward. There is one more hand, but we will take it at the end of the session because we have our next speaker waiting from the United States of America, and it's, as per the time there, it's very, very early morning, and I would not like to keep her waiting. So we'll move on to our next speaker, and then anybody who has a question for Dr. Harmohan Pillai, we can take it at the end of the session. So let me introduce Dr. Danielle Hirschfeld. She's an assistant professor at the Department of Landscape Architecture and Environmental Planning at the University of Utah in USA. She has a PhD from University of California, Berkeley, and has an MS from Duke. She has interests in putting together and weaving together the fields of urban ecology and environmental planning to reinvestigate or rather investigate resilient systems. And generally she does this through first looking into the adaptive capacity of systems to understand their ability to change, and then go into decision making related to environment. So over to you without wasting more time. Dr. Danielle, the floor is yours.
Well, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. It's a really interesting conversation. I'm so glad I'm able to participate. Dr. Ayan introduced my research, but I'm actually going to speak to you today more about the pedagogy side of things. And I want to also thank Dr. Faiz for inviting me. He and I are currently collaborating on the research side of things, doing an investigation into a global project into the use of sea level rise science in decision making. It's very nice to be here, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully you all are now seeing my screen here.
Yes,
so it's working?
Yes, it's okay. Please go ahead.
Excellent. So as I said, I'm going to be speaking today about resilience and pedagogy with a specific focus on a studio that I taught last year and the work that we did through that studio process. So before I do that, I just wanted to say hi and that my name is Daniela Hirschfeld. And as Dr. Ayan said, I bring together 3 different areas. I bring together an understanding of geography, design, and society, and that my research interest as well as my pedagogical interest is at this intersection. This whole conference is built around this theme of resilience, so I'm sure you guys have been talking about this quite a bit. I just wanted to reiterate that for me, resilience is the capacity of a system to absorb disturbance and reorganize while undergoing change so as to still retain essentially the same function, structure, and identity and feedbacks. So I think we were already really talking about that with this idea of we could receive floodwaters, but we wouldn't have to change our city. We wouldn't have to upend. We would still be able to function. Unlike the people who were walking in, was it chest high waters, that would not be a resilient circumstance. And so how can we shift things around so that the floodwaters would not have such a dramatic impact on the city? When it comes to pedagogy, I like this idea of these iterative cycles, and through these cycles, achieving wisdom. And so I think of pedagogy as the similar elements of transformation that we see in the resilience cycles of C.S. Holling and his original teachings. So we're really striving in a pedagogy context to create wisdom through difficult and challenging circumstances. Bringing this together, these ideas of resilience, both in the theory as well as in the pedagogical sense, I've taught 2 different studios that really focus on this theme. The first one was done in combination with Leibniz University and Utah State University, where we taught a studio about landscape resilience here in Cache Valley. Cache Valley is, as you can see, well, I don't know how well, but down here is Salt Lake, which is where the Winter Olympics were a few years ago, just as a point of context. And Cache Valley is about an hour and a half north of that. And the valley is predominantly agricultural, but is seeing a major population growth where we're expecting to double our population in the next 20 years. So thinking about that as one of the backgrounds to resilience. We also did a studio in the spring where we were looking at the southern portion of Salt Lake. So this is Salt Lake right in here. And those students were working to design a greenway that would help to develop and build further resilience in the city. So in the first studio project, this was part of something called the International Geodesign Collaboration. And this is a collaboration, has 430 members all across the globe participating, 220 different organizations in 59 countries. And participants in this go through a similar process in order to spatially come up with solution sets to challenging problems, with a specific focus primarily on sustainable development. And in our studio, we pose the challenge to the students to go beyond sustainable development and to think about this theme of resilience. So we, in the studio, we explain to them what the knowledge is about climate change. And we were really focused on a number of things. So we introduced this idea that water systems are changing, and we are going to see both more droughts and more floods.
I am connected, but this, I think.
We spoke about the fact that ecosystems are threatened due to increasing fire and change in weather patterns. We introduced the challenge that Indigenous people and their traditional livelihoods are going to be threatened, that energy infrastructure is increasingly unable to meet demand, the vulnerability of food production, as well as the threat to human health. All of this knowledge is at this very broad scale. And so here we are trying to help the students understand that this is knowledge that's been generated for all of these states, but that our project is just this one little area up here. Additionally, we know a lot about extreme heat that is being threatened for this area. And so you can see that the number of extreme heat days are dramatically increasing by 2050. But it's still a very general and broad bit of knowledge. And the challenge of bringing that knowledge to this smaller scale continues to be something that we were posing to the students and encouraging them to think about as they went through their process. So this gives you a little bit more of a sense of what the valley itself looks like. As I said, it's a very agricultural place. There are beautiful wetlands in the valley as well. But we're starting to see a really huge growth in single family homes and major problems with air quality, as driven primarily by the inversions that occur here. So the objective for the students was to develop and identify strategies and sustainable solutions to make Cache Valley more resilient in the face of climate change and the expected population growth. So this was the challenge that we threw to the students in their studio and pushed them to really come up with designs and ideas that were spatially explicit. And so the students went through a series of meetings, and this was as I said, it was a collaboration with Leibniz University in Germany. So one of the innovations here was really bringing together German students as well as students in the United States to work through the geodesign process. So the students worked through a series of meetings and then ultimately what's called a geodesign workshop. And in the workshop, the students were assigned to be either business people, farmers, they called them landscape lovers, you might say environmentalists, as well as some people were actually assigned to being students. And they went through a series of negotiations where those incentives that they had were brought to the negotiating table and ultimately came together with a final workshop design. So you can see the current situation spatially laid out here, where you have the orange is development and the green is essentially still maintained green areas with the waterways coming through. And so the students came up with some early adopter ideas where innovation and new techniques were used to curtail development and keep development in downtown core areas and limit the growth and expansion of the suburban sprawl. Whereas in these late adopter and non-adopter scenarios, there's significantly more sprawling outwards and significantly more use of cars and deterioration of wetlands and water resources. The students then evaluated these different plans relative to the sustainable development goals. And they were able to find that In the early adopter scenario, the bright purple being the greatest benefit, they were able to find in the early adopter scenario that there was a dramatic improvement in sustainable development goals, most specifically in goal number 13, climate action, as well as goal number 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. In the late adopter scenario, there was some benefit to these goals. And then in the non-adopter scenario, there was actually detriments or deterrents to these goals. We then actually posed to the students that we needed to go beyond sustainability, but we need to think about what did it mean to be a resilient system? And so the students developed 5 indicators of resilience derived from other readings that they did. So one of their indicators of resilience was how adaptable the system was. Another one was the redundancy and modularization of the system. Another indicator was the level of diversity within the system, the degree of connectivity, and multifunctionality. So the students themselves derived these indicators of resilience as a way to better conceptualize and understand it. Over here on the top, what you're seeing are the different systems that the students evaluated. So we had green infrastructure, water, agriculture. This one is institutional buildings, transportation, residential, commercial, and energy. So you can see that they evaluated a number of different systems and they came up with a high, medium, and low rating to help understand the increase in resilience that occurred from the different designs that they had. So in the early adopter scenario, we see a significant improvement in resilience. And in the non-adopter scenario, we see a deterioration or a low amount of resilience. To give some concrete projects associated with this, in the first case in the area of housing, the students looked at converting a factory to a more downtown repurposed area. So this is a factory that is no longer in use. And they were thinking about saying, like, let's draw development to that location and turn it into a funky and fun downtown experience that people could have. The other one that they really focused on was this pilot project of creating water-saving methods in agriculture as a way to combat or as a way to address drought and build greater resilience to the drought threats that we have here. The other thing the students really focused on was this idea of the cooperation between these systems. So they found that when they were doing the evaluation for any one system, they didn't necessarily deepen their understanding of the connectivity that is necessary for resilience. And so they developed this graphic as a way to try and better understand what are the interconnections and cooperations within the system. And they found that strong cooperation arises when projects and policies are co-planned and implemented in conjunction with another system. Whereas normal cooperation is something that, as they described it, the cooperation exists in joint or multiple small projects, but there isn't a cohesive whole that brings things together. And so they were trying to build and understand this cooperation between the projects. So I'll just conclude by sharing some lessons learned through the studio project, which is to say that students today are going to be living with different climate. And I think emphasizing that fact and helping them really help them to start to innovate, creating a deep understanding of what the future looks like remains really challenging. The students really struggled with, what does it actually mean if the temperature is 2 degrees higher in 30 years? What does it actually mean to have greater drought? A lot of these things remained very hypothetical for the students, and it was very challenging to get them to dive into it. We didn't have, at the time, we are now in drought, but we didn't actually have a drought event in that particular moment to help highlight that. A lack of downscaled models makes it further difficult to understand these climate challenges. I think that the spatial planning tools that we used, and that being a really critical focus of the studio, did help the students to go beyond, here's an idea, and put put things on a map. And that really was a big push of the studio, and I think a big success for the students. Technology was, this was spoken about in the previous talk as well, but technology was really used to our benefit and allowed the students in Germany who were not actually able to be here on the ground. Technology allowed them still to see and experience what Logan and Cache Valley is like. And I guess I'll conclude by saying that the innovative power of the students was really stunning. We posed this challenge to them to work across time zones, across places, across systems, and they were able to pull this all together and ultimately give a presentation at an international conference. So I think that their innovation is really a motivator and a driver of future success. With that, I will just see if there's any questions. I think I probably spoke a little bit faster than maybe I needed to.
No. Thank you very much. And if anybody would like to pose a question to Daniel, please, you're welcome. There is a raised hand from Rishikesh, but I think that is, Rishikesh, you want to speak about the previous, you wanted to ask about the previous speaker, or you have a question for Dr. Daniel? Okay, so it was by mistake. So I think what's really interesting takeaway or part for me or for us is the manner in which you structured the assessment of landscape resilience, even though it has a pedagogical and a theoretical angle. But when we try to look at it in the context of Global South, it does make sense. These keywords of adapticity, multifunctionality, the degrees of connectivity, these are areas where we can further go deeper into research on different situations of crisis or shock, and holds a lot of potential for review and for research. So that I believe is a strong takeaway for a lot of researchers listening here, and a very interesting presentation. Would anybody like to comment? Would Dr. Harimohan like to say something to Daniel?
Well, Dr. Daniela, that was a wonderful presentation. I think it's a good method which you have, pedagogical method that you have shown for students to follow as a study. You know, it is very, very well structured, very well structured. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. I enjoyed your presentation as well. It was excellent to hear about the phenomenal work that you were able to motivate and inspire the students around.
Thank you.
So thank you again to both Dr. Daniel and Dr. Harimohan. We have crossed the time limit to a certain extent, but nevertheless, if there are any final burning thoughts from any of the listeners, please go ahead, raise your hand. I think there is no one. So I would especially thank Dr. Daniel for the time in which you are speaking to us. It's very early morning there, almost little over midnight and sunrise. So thank you for your efforts. Dr. Harimohan, thank you again to tell us a lot of things through a story, through a project, an alternate way of showing. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the keynote, Dr. Anil Kashyap as well, our overall project coordinator, Dr. Tanya at CREMS, Austria, all the other team members at DUK, and especially I would also like to thank our director, Professor Dr. Meenakshi Jain, and my teammates in this project for this session. I thank all the listeners and participants very much. We can call it a day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ayon.
Yeah,
Anand, may
yes.
I?
And of course, I'm very sorry. Thank you a lot to the team of Maria, Hindu, and the Spark team for making this possible. Thank you. Yes, Maria, go ahead.
Yeah, Anand, I would now request you to take over because we are already running out of time.
Let's take it. Shall I start? First, my sincere apologies to all of them for the delay. I'm really sorry about it because the previous session got extended further. First, let me tell you, I think most of you know about what is building research, urban communities, the BRUCOM project, which was from the European Union Erasmus Plus program, which was headed by Tanya and so many other institutions associated with it in India. And we have with us the team. Can you just shift, please? Yeah, we have with us Dr. Natraj, Dr. Rama, then Anand Vadekar, Saurav Tiwari, and Vaishali. We're all, and I am Sridhar and myself. We are part of this whole thing with different disciplines. I'm from economics with urban and regional planning, Natraj with architecture planning, and very special in GIS, advanced GIS thing, and Rama with environmental planning, and Anand with the design, and Saurav Tiwari with architecture, with the design, especially in terms of product design and design thing, and Vaishali is most in terms of legal and other aspects. So giving you the opportunity to do, because we are still learning from this whole process, and we are not yet completed, and we will be continuing also this work which we are doing so far. We started off with a very specific focus from SPA Bhopal on this particular project. We thought in terms of informal and urban resilience in transformation cities, which specifically in terms of marginalized communities. Within the marginalized communities, we wanted to bring in terms of water. And within water, we want to focus, differentiate between what's happening in the Himalayas and what's happening in the desert, and in between near the coastal area. So we started off with the area in the Himalayas called in, what is the place, which are mostly called Zero, which is in the border between China and as well as in Burma, in Arunachal Pradesh, okay, and where it is more of hilly and other area. The second part is in terms of drought area, which is towards Pakistan, which is in Jodhpur, and we went it along with the Krivia in Mumbai. And also in flooding in Mumbai, we also did something along with them. Okay. Now, in addition to that, as an outcome of this, some of this work which you are doing, we also are associated with National Institute of Disaster Management and did a series of workshops on this, and also with the National Institute of Urban Affairs, which is something on what you call climate change and other thing. Now, with this quick introduction, I want to now introduce Professor Dr. Isa Bhatt, who is going to be the keynote address for this. Dr. Isa Bhatt, we've been associated for many, many years each other, and she is a chair in the Included Knowledge Platform and the Urbanizing Deltas of the Urban Research Program of the Netherlands Organization for Scientific Research. Her main interests concern urban governance and use of spatial knowledge management in resilience urban development. She led several projects related to urban governance and sustainable urban development. And a successful one is a European Union funded project on chance to sustain in cities of the South, India, South Africa, then Peru, Brazil, in addition to the Netherlands, France, and Norway, with a wide international research network, which is called as Chance to Sustain. Still, it is there in the website. Dr. Isa was heading ERD also, that is European Association of development institutes for many times. And she has been published widely in international journals, leading publishers also like Routledge and Sage and not. A grand applaud for Dr. Isa for his keynote address on informality, urban resilience, socio-spatial knowledge. So we are trying to bring in some different dimension of purely architecture and planning to different other dimensions to our thing. Please welcome Dr. Isa Bod. Please, Isa, please.
Thank you very much, Sri. If I may just say Sri, because we have been associated with each other for so many years in indeed a number of research projects. I've been listening to the presentations yesterday and today from your BRUCOM project, which I find most interesting. And particularly, say, on the one hand, the degree of attention that you give to informality in terms of informal settlements and households who have to deal with a series of contexts which show a high degree of informality in cities. And secondly, the way that the discussions move around the kind of solutions, the kind of approaches to actually changing things in practice. And I think, say, I'm a human geographer by background. That for us as human geographers is something which we very much appreciate, because that's the only way to really learn also analytically and academically and theoretically what works in practice. So I'm going to take up two issues which have been discussed a little bit less. One is, how do we define urban resilience and how do we operationalize that? And secondly, the question of how socio-spatial knowledge, particularly of vulnerable and communities living in informal or non-standard settlements, as Véronique Dupont would call it, and how that social spatial knowledge can actually contribute to building urban resilience. I have to start sharing my screen. Let me see if this works. Okay, I apologize. I realized I was listening so intently that I hadn't opened up my presentation yet. Bear with me a minute.
Do it also, no problem.
Yeah.
You can just say 1, 2, 3, then we can go ahead. Huh?
It's coming.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yes. Now all I can see is the presentation. I can't see anybody. Is that correct? Are you seeing it?
No.
Okay, hold on. Share?
Yes, please. Yes, you're getting there.
It's coming up, yeah.
Okay. Okay, now what? I'm seeing a whiteboard. Now, why am I seeing that?
You're in the wrong. You've selected, just come out of share screen, please. Then go back to share screen and you will see your presentation there, which you need to select. You've selected the wrong one.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Yes. This is better?
Yeah, it does come, it does come.
Okay, great. So what do we mean by urban resilience? Hold on a sec. I'm seeing all sorts of stuff now, which I'm not sure I don't want to have a show. There. No.
It's okay.
No, let me see if I can get it on. I want a slideshow. Yes, there.
Yeah, it is fine.
Yeah, okay. What do we mean by urban resilience? Now, the definition of urban resilience has actually changed quite a bit over the last 30 years. We have a very classic definition, which came from the systems thinkers working on ecological modernization, which talked about systems which actually could bounce back with adapt to disturbances without losing their functions or changing states permanently. A second set of researchers working on socio-ecological systems, looking at the relationships between humans and natures, added much more of a focus on flexibility, adaptation, and learning. And then a third set of researchers working on adaptation and vulnerability added attention for social equity and for political issues to the definition of urban resilience. I very much appreciate that last addition because it means that we need to look at what we need to look at the capacity for flexibility, adaptation, and learning, but also how that plays out in practice in terms of inequality and social and environmental justices or injustices. So now the definition very much looks not only at what we called earlier bouncing back, but actually bouncing forwards, or talking about possible transformations, as David Satterthwaite did yesterday. We're including issues of environmental sustainability and social justice. And what particularly concerns me is that we need to include issues of governance, urban governance, but also governance networks at higher scale levels, and the issue of asymmetric knowledge. Now, why do we focus on urban resilience? Firstly, this age of Anthropocene provides us with greater challenges in an urbanizing world. And we've already talked in the past 1.5 days on some of those challenges. Secondly, the issue of climate change as such, we're seeing it happen in extreme weather events, but also in long-term shifts in weather patterns. And the previous speakers alluded to that in particularly the example of Kerala. What we're experiencing at the moment is the issue of pandemics and how, say, viruses and disease vectors can actually move very quickly across the world, and how we need to react to that. And again, India, the different states in India have shown very different capacities for dealing with the pandemic. And also mobility patterns and future shocks and long-term stresses. And it's particularly those long-term stresses which build up over time that are not always recognized. So what we need is urban resilience capacity for general, unknown, and specific threats. So let's look at how we do that. If we try and localize this for cities and their resilience, how do we define cities and what is important to look at? And I'm going beyond the issue of informality here, because informal settlements are very much embedded in the larger fabric of the city. And without recognizing how that impacts on informal settlements, limits their opportunities for transformation, we won't be able to understand what actually happens in practice. So cities are actually nodes in wider networks, both across scales and across times. You have, say, the network of flows, different resource flows across scales, both in a vertical sense, but also in networks, horizontal networks within cities or at local levels. Secondly, you have a clustering of activities in city spaces. And there again, by calling it this clustering, we recognize the differentiation of activities within cities and how that impacts on particular spaces and localities in cities. But the most important thing to me is the fact that we have governance networks in which cities are embedded across scales and across spaces. And just one example of that is, for instance, roads. So cities, say very local roads, may come under local government authority, but major roads and highways may come under, say in India, we call it state and or national authorities. That means that city governments have to deal with a plethora of other authorities in order to get their policy priorities implemented. Now, policy priorities and implementation build on knowledge construction, but just as much or even more on politics and power. And where it is possible and becomes very forceful, on community mobilization, as we were hearing from Dr. Pillai. So how do we make cities more resilient? Can we unpack the uncertainties and complexities of urban life nowadays? And I'm just going to mention a few. David Satterthwaite talked about housing very much on the first day. But one of the other main issues is the tension between economic growth and innovation on the one hand, which creates employment, but on the other hand, the precarious work and unequal wages that are actually produced in very many jobs. So that depends. Large numbers of people work in informal jobs that remain precarious with very low and irregular wages. A second set of dynamics is connected to the way that people live. Urbanization processes lead to changes in land use and housing expansion, but the lack of affordable housing means that informal settlements, as people build up their rights to the city, are very extensive and keep people in very precarious situations in which they have very few rights in the city. This is one such example from Mumbai, in an area where waste materials are recycled. And you can see both the precariousness of living, but also the lack of safety measures and standards that are not being maintained in any case in the workplaces. A second set of challenges that that exist around urban resilience is around environmental risks, stresses, and shocks. These are spread very unevenly across cities. Informal settlements are built in more precarious areas with precarious housing and lack of basic services, combined with resulting disasters such as floods or mudslides, as a result of long-term stresses such as erosion, reduction of groundwater levels, and other issues. Also mentioned earlier was the lack of green spaces and the increasing urban densities, for instance, leading to urban heat islands. We've also seen in the last 30 years a great deal of attention given to the rescaling of governance. Governance issues, to my mind, are quite central. Governance on the one hand, and citizenship or building up of rights to the city on the other hand. There has been a rescaling of governance networks towards more decentralization. But although responsibilities have been delegated often, the finances often have not, nor the facilities needed to actually carry out the responsibilities and the capacity building that's needed to carry out the variety of responsibilities given to local governments. Now, the informal settlements or non-standard settlements, you find that many households are actually excluded from basic services because they have no rights to those services as informal settlements. So they have to acquire them or access them through patronage or through a variety of other means. This actually undermines the democratic processes because they're not able to express their opinions through voting in local elections, either because they have to vote as their community leaders would like them to do, or because they are excluded completely from such processes. So, how do we build urban resilience? A recent article by Miro and Newell talks about the 5 W's, and I was very happy to hear someone mention them this morning, actually from the BRUCOM project. The concept of urban resilience needs to be operationalized, and several speakers have talked about this, operationalized, localized, but particularly here, I'm going to talk about what we can actually focus on in terms of topics. So the first is to say from what to what. What do we want to change? Where are we at? And where do we want to go? This means that we need to set priorities and socioeconomic and environmental goals and indicate which issues are the most urgent and have the greatest impact when we solve them. A second question, for whom? So who is included in the discussion and who is excluded? And what does that mean? Does it mean that some important priorities are not discussed? I mean, we have to recognize that there will always be trade-offs between stakeholders, but we need to know which stakeholders, which trade-offs, and how that affects the outcomes. For where? Scale levels are important in our discussions because cities are prime locations for building resilience, but they have to do that, taking their diversities internally into account, but also in conjunction with the landscapes and the institutions that surround them, as such interactions are quite crucial for their sustainability. For instance, but I'm sure you all know this, they draw on water and food resources from outside and themselves produce large waste flows, which have to be taken care of. Oh, then for when? What are the timelines that we are talking about? We need to take both short and long-term approaches into account because these choices affect how the challenges are taken up. And Miro and Newell actually give a very good example in their article in which there is actually a tension between a short-term approach and a long-term approach in terms of resilience outcomes. The Paris Agreement, of course, set a firm timeline, but has no means to compel governments to comply. And the urgency of actually taking up issues, interventions, and trying to work towards solutions was brought out by the recent IPCC report, which shows that climate change and temperature increases are set to go quite a bit above the 1.5 to 2 degrees that have been agreed. But short-term approaches are also necessary in order not to exacerbate current conditions, that such long-term approaches can only help in the long run. So why should we build urban resilience? We do this to reach certain outcomes, which are our goals, societal goals, and goals for the planet. On the one hand, social justice, on the other hand, environmental systems that can become more sustainable. And we need to keep that in mind. Now, these basic questions about urban resilience already make a first link to how informality can affect the processes of building urban resilience. So I'd like to turn now to the issue of how social spatial knowledge built up through the process of building urban resilience can make strategies more responsive to the concerns of communities living in informal settlements, because that's our focus this afternoon. And particularly utilizing examples from the EU-funded project Chance to Sustain that Sri mentioned earlier. That was, we were working in 4 countries in the global south and covering 10 cities with a network of about 24 people as a core network, but also involving many PhD students, 5 or 6, master students, something like 50 master students or more. I'd have to look it up precisely. And by doing that, having a producing knowledge around the different cities through locally based research networks, but also through students who got to know other city contexts in terms of learning and education. So let us turn to the issue. It's okay. What we need to realize is it's important that communities themselves can contribute to building urban resilience by making their own knowledge visible about current situations and constructing strategies for greater resilience, as Dr. Pillai gave a very good illustration of. But what are some of the issues in building urban resilience in the context of informality? The first is that spatial inequalities and informalities make households invisible. These are ignored spaces, and more inclusive approaches are necessary. Secondly, community-based approaches can provide knowledge through participatory mapping, but such local knowledge needs to be combined with top-down planning. We can also use participatory social-spatial knowledge as an instrument for bringing out local needs for monitoring and goal setting. But urban governance is multi-scalar. It faces complexity and uncertainty, and we need to involve urban governments to actually make a difference in the end. But urban governments, on the other hand, also need local communities as partners to become more effective. So I'm going to go through these issues in a bit more detail. First, looking at community-based approaches and their contributions. Yesterday, we talked about the enumeration of communities as an instrument for knowledge building. That is one part of it, I think, but I think it can also be done in terms of a wider set of community-based knowledge through mapping of informal settlements, not only looking at households, but also at their surroundings and about particular issues such as water risks and hazards. So let's be creative in terms of what kind of community-based knowledge can be mapped. This makes communities visible, and that needs to be done in trusted contexts. Because what you have is, on the one hand, if they show their capability, they also show their vulnerabilities. And if they get into conflicts, contestations with outside actors, political actors, whatever, they make themselves, as it were, extra vulnerable if that information, that knowledge is more widely known. And that brings us to the issue of leadership. Leadership is incredibly important for these local communities in informal settlements in order to bring out what they can do, their priorities, and also, in a sense, to protect them against onslaughts from outside. Now, the way that this is done has a number of different processes are involved. One is that communities themselves need to mobilize around common issues. And in informal settlements, they usually do so as a group because households or individuals don't have the resources, nor do they feel empowered enough to go it on their own. To do that, it's very necessary and essential to develop partnerships. CBOs, one, especially when issues are large enough to require mobilization or of more resources, or in dealing with politicians to help solve problems. But for even wider issues, such as disasters and changes which affect whole communities, developing partnerships with NGOs, with local government, and as we heard, also with higher levels of government, are actually quite essential to be heard and also to be taken seriously. So let's look at some of the examples that we have of that. This is an informal settlement in Durban, South Africa, which was destined for relocation. And what happened there is that the houses and the communal areas were mapped by local residents with local researchers. That process helped to identify their preferences for housing and also the facilities that they needed in the new location. What happened was a gradual relocation over the years, which you see below, where the density of that informal settlement becomes less and the number of inhabitants becomes less. But it also helped in negotiating with local authorities in the relocation site to actually explain what priorities the new inhabitants wanted to set in the new settlement area. This second example is in Delhi, and this has to do with the knowledge of how knowledge of local residents can complement or contrast with official data from local government. It concerns the extraction of water in the locality, especially through bore wells, which reduces groundwater levels and can actually undermine urban resilience because they're not monitored and they're quite an alternative to other forms of water provision. Now, what we see in this picture, which was made by a student, is that the number of bore wells is actually quite high in comparison with the official Delhi Jal Board stands. And it provides information to actually monitor and evaluate the extent to which the use of such bore wells can lead to dangers in terms of groundwater subsidence. The second issue was participatory socio-spatial knowledge construction. Now, urban planning is based on official information, and not all of the knowledge or information that local governments have on informal settlements is actually included in urban planning processes. Now, that's not, when these metropolitan development plans are prepared, we know from experience from our colleagues that a great deal of work is done in incorporating existing research-based information, in getting information from local organizations and communities, and a variety of sources of information are used in plan proposals. However, in a final metropolitan development plan, we found out in conversation with the GIS unit in one of India's metros, slums are never incorporated as official areas because they're not an official category of land use and therefore become invisible, with all the consequences in terms of being recognized and being included in more participatory processes. Where planning makes participatory processes possible, as indeed has been done, say, in India in the last 10 to 15 years, where local area plans are based much more on conversations with residents, although I understand usually in practice, it's more middle-class residents rather than informal settlements, but perhaps someone can bring me up to date on the latest on that. But when planning becomes a more participatory process, it helps make informal settlement issues visible and makes them part of the agenda in urban planning. However, such priorities, such issues are often contested, and of course, it's not guaranteed that they will receive priority. And in that case, as we see from the next slide, some of the risks to informal settlements need to be brought out by themselves, again, in these in planning. Now, this is was what they called community citizen science measurements of pollution risks in South Durban, where there's a very polluting industry in that area, and where the city was planning for new additions to that industries. So the citizen science measurements showed where pollution points were and how bad they were, because they drew in the help of chemical laboratories to actually do the testing. And they brought that in contestation against these chemical industries. And so that's a very interesting example of how you can bring in not only community knowledge as such about living experiences, but also bring it into the level of scientific knowledge, which is much more difficult to ignore by local governments. A next level is when we start talking about scenario building. Scenario building is an instrument, a knowledge instrument that has gained a great deal of recognition, say over the last 10 to 15 years. And it helps us to think about alternatives in terms of when trends go in a particular direction and combinations of trends, what can happen and what are the alternatives and their implications, and helps to produce decision-making that can avoid future risks and increase in resilience. But it's very important to include community knowledge and community representatives so that they can bring in their own knowledge, their own capacity to be included in such scenarios. And I'm drawing here very much in the next slides on the work done in Peru, in Lima, by the Forum for Cities of Life, and its director, Liliana Miranda Sara, who recently defended her PhD on this issue, who the Foro is integrally involved in such processes of scenario building at the national level, particularly on water alternatives, water risks, and what the implications are of the way that water is being used. Spelling out alternatives and their implications actually allows a much clearer discussion to come out. Although certainly in Peru, very clearly, the politics behind these choices may still well be based on specific interests rather than on a common good. So let me show you some of the scenarios and their implications, which were produced during the Chance to Sustain project, but were very much linked also to Liliana's PhD. The first combines the results of population growth, say on the left, moderate population growth and the increase in water availability in the future, and the other when there is considerable population growth and a decrease in water availability. What you see is that the dark blue and the moderately blue indicate sufficient water per person per day. On the left, you see that the areas which have dark and moderate blue are much larger than in the right-hand picture, so that you can see what happens when particular trends take place, which you might want to avoid. Again, this is a picture of the feasibility of equal water provision across Lima. And this shows only in residential areas, on the left, an equal provision of 90 liters per person per day. And on the right, when 150 liters of water is provided per person per day. And you see that the water deficit on the right becomes much larger and actually encompasses very large areas of the city as compared to the left. Now let's turn to another issue, namely the analysis of risks that is done with local governments and with a number of participants, and against which certain groups in society actually protest. Now, this is shows the flooding risks analysis, because you see the ocean here at the bottom, and the green urban setback line beyond which no houses may be built on the coast, proposed by the local government in Cape Town. It combines areas, as you can see, which need to remain open on the left for biodiversity and preservation of what they call the green infrastructure, and areas where they allow growth, both housing growth as well as economic development, and areas where the risk from storm surges and the dynamic dune systems actually make it imperative that there's not nothing is built on it. That setback line was very much contested locally, and there's a very interesting article by Kolenbrander, who also did his PhD around this issue, which you can read if you're interested, and I can give you the reference. Now, what do scenarios actually look like? Here we have one related to development in Durban, South Africa, produced by the researchers in the Chance to Sustain project. And what you see on the vertical axis is economic growth, high economic growth and low economic growth. And on the horizontal axis, the effectiveness of the urban development line implementation. And for Durban, that means that there's concentration of urban development, say in sort of the core of the city area, and outside that urban development line, there is much less development allowed. The result shows 4 possible scenarios as outcomes, and those form the basis for discussions on setting priorities, because it can become much clearer to stakeholders what the implications are of the choices that are made. I won't go into them very deeply now, because I think I'm going to run out of time a bit, so I'll go on. But if you want to see this, there's a book and an article which explains this in much more detail. So this brings me back to the questions of informality and increasing urban resilience. Now, if we come back to these questions now that we raised at the beginning about from what to what, we need to move from ignoring informal settlements to including them, because informal settlements are very important both in the fabric of the city as well as in the working contributions their residents make to building the city, providing pathways to greater well-being for themselves, as well as large-scale flows of remittances to relatives in rural areas, just to mention some of the implications. But from a social justice approach, we should move from ignoring informal settlements to a situation in which the community-based knowledge of residents is included in setting priorities for future sustainability and resilience in the face of the risks and uncertainties of the future. For whom? Here we should include the needs and priorities of residents of informal settlements, because they are also already among the more economically vulnerable due to the degree of informality in their context of employment, and they run higher environmental risks in the locations of the cities where they live. They also have quite limited informal safety networks on which to fall back in times of crisis. This should be done through participatory mapping and scenario development processes where residents are included in decision-making processes to ensure that their priorities are made visible. For where? Urban informal settlements provide housing, needed housing, in areas of the city where employment is to be found. Therefore, efforts should be concentrated on upgrading and integrating, and as David Satterthwaite said, transforming such areas rather than relocating residents to locations on the city's edge where their life is made more difficult rather than supported. for when. Both short-term improvements and long-term visions are needed. And to do that effectively, scenario buildings processes are very important in setting out the options and their implications, and in a transparent way, because then decisions can be taken on the basis of better knowledge across the board among stakeholders. Why? Why is it important to link informal settlements in building urban resilience? In building adaptive capacity for the future, the capability of people themselves will play an ever-growing role in building resilience. If we look at what happened after a disaster, the Mumbai 2008 floods, it was the people themselves and their social networks who were the first to react and tackle the destruction occurring. NGOs and CBOs are the next line of defense and support. And governments, local and national and international, then come in. They usually need quite a bit of time to react and to come in on processes which they can support. So it's only when these various actors are capable in their own right and are able to work together in inclusive networks with CBOs and NGOs and inclusive forms of governance that we can face our future with more confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa, for a very, very, very extensive and addressing many issues, starting from Durban to Lima to Cape Town to Mumbai, and covering different aspects in terms of scenario planning and how to do it, and also democratic process in terms of governance, how it is involved, and also the tacit knowledge, how who came first and how the process also you mentioned about it. I think Dr. Anand, you have enough time to discuss, or we'll keep it at the end? So it's
right now we have around 2 questions here, so we can go.
So yeah, questions are there. Probably we'll address that 2 questions, and then we shift to the next panel discussion.
Okay, there's a question here about the exclusion of stakeholders. No, I don't want to exclude stakeholders at all. It's precisely the inclusion of stakeholders that needs to be done. And when we talk about people living in informal settlements, it's precisely their lack of recognition that they are important stakeholders that needs to be recognized and dealt with. So I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding there. And I agree with the person asking the question, that stakeholder analysis is quite important. Also to look at, say, the political power of these different stakeholders and what effects that has. The implications for transit-oriented development vis-a-vis availability of water. Oof. Okay, I think vis-a-vis availability of water. I think this is a difficult question for me because it's about 2 specific sectors and how they interact. And I can't give a very general answer on that because it very much depends on the environmental context of the cities that we're talking about. So I'm not too sure I can actually answer this question. Maybe someone can take that up.
Probably after the panel discussion, probably we can, this may be clear in terms of this one.
Okay.
Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Isa, for this excellent presentation. And may request Dr. Anand to take over now for the panel discussions, and after that we'll open it up for that. Yeah. Because all the panelists are here, so he will introduce. Dr. Anand, please.
This conference. it's a panel discussion which we have scheduled with our distinguished guest today with us. The consequences of unprecedented rural-urban migration in many parts of Asia are changing the character of cities due to increasing.
Anand, you are muted. Still muted.
I'll use this one. Listen.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, apologies. So in continuation, while such cities try to implement the needed measures to safeguard the well-being of their citizens, the looming impacts of climate change in the form of more and frequent and intense natural hazard, and therefore they do add additional challenges to the urban communities. Both the disciplines of planning and architecture have to acquire now a new role of socio-cultural and technological agent of change. The constantly changing environmental conditions in which planning and architecture is conceptualized, debated, and built now needs an resilience approach than ever before. The informality that constitutes most aspects of our planning and building practices in this part of the world, architecture and planning discipline, will have to undergo paradigm shift as climate change unfolds the crisis that will have wide-ranging impacts on academics as well as the practice. Today, we are delighted to have a very distinguished panel of experts with us. To start with, we have Dr. Sudhir, who is present with us, who is currently working with United Nations Environment Program. He is responsible for overseeing UNEP's Global Environmental Facility, GEF, and Green Climate Fund, GCF, portfolio in Asia and the Pacific as well. It's also facilitated the UNEP's climate change mitigation work in Asia Pacific. A key area of work currently is on coal phase out. He has been with UN for about 15 years, of which 6 years with Secretariat of United Nations Framework Convention Climate Change. His expertise is in policy and regulatory work on climate mitigation, carbon markets, and GHG inventories. He is enlightening us with his talk on urban informality and opportunity to enhance resilience to climate change impact. Next, we have Mr. Tikinder Singh Pawar. Mr. Tikinder has been directly elected Deputy Mayor of Shimla City. He was also a member of the National Task Force in the country to review 74th Constitutional Amendment, which speaks about decentralized governance. He has represented the city and country at many international events, for example, World Cities Resilient Congress in Bonn, Germany. Advisor Samruddh Bharat, a major think tank in the country. Convener NCU, National Coalition for Inclusive Sustainable Urbanization. Today he is going to speak on informality and urban resilience. We have with us also Dr. Neha Pahuja, is an international climate and development policy expert with about 13 years of experience. She has led many climate change mitigation and adaptation policy projects and programs cutting across multiple sectors like urban, transport, renewable energy, etc. Helped many states in India, including Gujarat, Rajasthan, Assam, Puducherry, and Chandigarh, amongst others, to develop the state action plan on climate change. She will be sharing her work on climate challenges necessitates building resilience and urban heat island, a special work done in Jharsuguda, Odisha, and urban floods work done in Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi. We have with us also Mr. Chandrabhushan. He is one of the India's foremost environment and climate change expert. He is presently CEO of International Forum for Environment and Sustainability and Technology, I4S. He is an expert member of BESIC, Brazil, South Africa, India, China, a group of countries on climate change. He has a deep interest in global environmental governance and has worked closely with countries of influence outcome at UNFFC and the Montreal Protocol. He is speaking today on cities for sustainable and inclusive development. Mr. Sandeep Virmani, as we know, is an environmentalist at heart. He has trained as an architect and worked with communities all over India, building with natural material and revitalizing the traditional building craft. He has set up 2 pioneering institutions, Hunashala Foundation, which works on built habitat, and Sahajivan, which has enabled marginalized communities to regenerate and conserve the ecologies of their region, including conserving traditional water management systems, wildlife, and pastoralist animals, breed and seed conservation. His talk today centers on humane approach to cities, hand, heart, and mind for dignified cities. We welcome all the speakers today at this distinguished platform. Over to you, to the panel. May I request, we can start with Dr. Sudhir Sharma.
Thank you, Dr. Wadwekar. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're audible.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks to CEPT for organizing this very important meeting, and more importantly, inviting us, UNEP, to share some of our recent works and experiences in this particular field. I'm in a very distinguished panel, and I feel a little like a fish out of water because I'm more a mitigation person. But mitigation also is the most important part of the adaptation too. But what I'm going to talk today about more in terms of sharing, and I think I build upon Dr. Isa's very good presentation, and I would characterize that as essentially the information flow. And normally what we have in our systems is basically an information flow which is one way, top to bottom. And I think what she was highlighting in terms of the informality was this important element of information from bottom to top as well, because it's the combination that makes the aspect of addressing issues which intricately involves human very important. I would focus most on the planning part, and would like to highlight the very recent GEF project that UNEP is doing with MoHUA, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We will be working in 3 cities. And one of the things that we realized was that there are 2 elements in the planning, especially in context of the climate change, and more so in terms of building resilience. And it is connected indirectly to mitigation as well. But building resilience where the integration within the planning, be at the large scale of planning at the metropolitan level or at the city level, or even the local area planning, where these aspects are not so well yet taken into consideration. I would say I don't have enough evidence to say whether there is not enough knowledge or enough information, but as one does see, there's a lot of information flowing in. The second part of that planning process is very rightly mentioned in Dr. Isa's presentation, is that there is a process of consultation. The rules, regulations do require that, but that doesn't bring in the use of knowledge which comes from the people who are either going to use the services that come out of the planning and the implementation part, or in terms of essentially also sharing their own experiences and knowledge to see how the outcomes could be better. So as the part of project, I would like to highlight two cities, Chennai and Surat. So in Chennai, I mean, most of our cities, we have seen that because of the development, flooding is a major issue. We recently saw a number of such episodes, and climate change is going to increase that. Now, the interesting part of the planning is that a large focus has been on creating grey infrastructure in managing the floods, rather than looking at the existing, the natural systems and the natural ecosystems like water bodies, river systems, drainage patterns, etc., and to see how one could use that. And the overlap is not purely in terms of essentially seeing that how this planning could be integrated, because if one looks at the planning process, mostly the green spaces or such spaces are seen as something to be protected, rather than seen as a service provider. And largely the service provision element is missed because we are not interacting that with the locals, the population who actually directly benefit from the services which are coming. So as part of that project, we're going to carry out 2 layers. So one layer is in terms of looking at the large scale planning and trying to work in ways in which the natural ecosystems could be integrated, but one at a implementation scale, where a lake in the city is going to be taken up for rejuvenation using nature-based solutions. But that's not the important part in terms of its rejuvenation and nature-based solutions, but the process that we are going to follow is not so much in terms of bringing technical people like me and providing the advice as to how exactly that the whole area should be designed, should be developed, not only the lake, but the surrounding areas, how the biodiversity could be increased, what kind of vegetation could come in, what elements to be integrated so that it essentially enhances the value for the local people and doesn't affect the utility which the local population was getting. So, and the idea there is that we would like to use this as a case to work with both the administrative side of the city authorities, the political side of the city authorities, and most importantly also the civil society organizations, because they do interact. They interact much more with the local population, and that is essentially arising from this fact that whenever designs are done, they do not take into account how was those areas actually benefiting the local population. And by bringing in a design that takes away those benefits, actually creates a conflict rather than adding value to it. And also, it doesn't take into account the viewpoints when the things change, what kind of an impact and implication it will have on the local population. So, that's one of the elements that we're focusing on. Similarly, the other project that we will be doing, and again, it's the same issue. One of the aspects that we highlight is that there is a lot of rules, regulations, and analysis on the coastal zone management. We have a lot of cities which are on the coast. Surat is one of them. And the development does extend to the coastal zones. But somehow there has still been a lack of realizing that, designing these coastal zone areas where development is going to happen without much of a knowledge of what the climate change impacts would be in the future. And most importantly, also the resistance that normally sometimes is seen from the local population in bringing in some of the solutions which has an implication on the land value and the land utilization that they undertake, is what we realized during our consultation is the lack of information among a local population on the climate change, what kind of an impact they're going to have, and also lack of a channel of providing that information. So in the sense, the information might exist, but it is not kind of communicated downwards. So again, there, what we will be doing is working with the community to develop the town plan, which has a number of coastal zone ecosystems in it, and work with the local community in coming up with a design, and based on that, development control regulations, so that the natural ecosystems could be integrated into the development plans. not only conserved but enhanced, and enhanced in a way that it adds again value, and it will be based again on a process of consultation. Now, those elements are again to say that the local level consultation should not be a very engineering exercise, but should be a social exercise, is the point that we would like to bring out in that. The third element, which is also equally important, is that we realize that a lot of this data under the analysis collected is not integrated. And in the smart cities, one of the very good things that the government in India is doing is creating the integrated command and control center, where digitization of data is occurring. Now, of course, whatever comes out of the project, these maps would be digitized, integrated with the ICC. But more importantly, the element that we see is important is that we want to also have a way in which the local communities can feed into this data centers in terms of providing the information, in terms of providing real-time intelligence, but also in terms of their own assessments of the issues that are coming up that possibly have a long-term impact in reducing resilience. So rather than the data, which is a very important element, being again one-way street, where it is collected through surveys and even regular surveys and then used only at a planning level, it's more the dynamics of it in terms of connecting the local people, the civil society organizations into the information flow processes, and thereby generating data and inputs to the improvements or to the planning process as such. So the three things that we see is the social aspect of planning rather than a very engineering aspect of planning. The second is in terms of bringing that information to the local population in terms of the future climate change and what their implications would be and what possible ways to address them. And the third is the participation of the local population in both data generating and in the process of also of knowledge flow upwards, so that this knowledge enhances the planning experience. So I'll stop there. And I can take up questions later on in the question and answer session. Thank you so much, Dr. Wadwadikar. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Sharma. We have next panelist, Tiginder Singh Pawarji, who is here with us. So you have 8 minutes to present.
Thank you. I don't know whether I'll be able to do any justice in 8 minutes, but well, I'll try. I think the first comment that, and thank you so much. Thank you, SPA, and thank you, Professor, for inviting me to speak on this question. I hope my voice is loud and clear. That's a
Yes, it's clear, sir.
Great. Thank you. So I think the first comment that there are 4 or 5 points that I want to make. The first, at the inception that I want to say is, I think what we're doing is we are trying to sail against the tide. Actually, the tide is not blowing this way. Because we are speaking about a bottom-top approach, but we are also aware of the fact the way Andamans and the way Lakshadweeps are happening. I mean, we all know where the communities have been set, where the communities have been kept aside, and still, the planning is taking place. If you go by the NITI Aayog documents, I think we are really sailing against the trend. But it's definitely a challenging task. Well, I think as far as the urban informality is concerned and resilience, I think the hollowness of our planning processes was exposed last year when the lockdown was announced. And some of the cities that used to boast of, they had the best city resilience index, and they used to claim about being one of the best cities as far as the 100 resilient cities concerned, but not even 24 hours they could hold back their migrant population when the lockdown was announced. So we've seen the sheer hollowness of the way and the processes in which we are planning our cities, and actually also leading to large-scale informality. And there's none other. I've been quoting him time and again because not just because he's a great friend, but also because we were together in Habitat 3 in Quito, John Kloss, the then executive director, who said, "Hey, if we have to really, get back to the sustainable development goals that we're talking about, then we have to go back to the basics." And going back to the basics, he meant that we have to just get rid of this 3 decades of laissez-faire, and we have to go back to the basics of planning. I think that is one of the key essential elements where we really have to ponder when we speak about informality and when we speak about challenges that the cities are facing. And of course, resilience would be one of the important elements of it. Now the 5 points. I think the first thing I always point out that I am a kind of hybrid. All those who were born pre-80s have seen the state actually intervening. I've studied in an education setup which was highly public funded. Education was considered to be a right. Likewise, and especially the state that I come from, the largest investor, in fact, happened to the state itself. And the kind of social development indices that we talk about in Himachal, we are next to Kerala. And thanks to the humongous amount of intervention that the state did, 1980s, we were 100% electrified, whatnot. I'm just to give a pointer. But of course, post 1990s, when we had the neoliberal reforms and then the neoliberal capitalism stepped in, and the state, was considered to be no more as an investor. So more of monitoring. And the capital would come and actually would invest it in various forms, and that would actually lead to more sustainable future. Is what we envisioned in 1990. But actually, this is not what has happened. If you go back to the first urban commission, in fact, the first real exercise that was done, and Charles Correa, who was heading that urban commission, if you go through those reports, of course, it was in 1985-86, you will find manufacturing happened to be the driving force of the city. So, the text and subtext and the pretext of the first urban commission, if you understand, would be more about, cities linked to manufacturing. So you require these large spaces, and also spatial planning for housing, for the marginalized, for the poor. But if you move away from the early 90s to the present day, I think cities are no more manufacturing hubs. So we've seen this large scale kind of where there's a withdrawal. And that's why I say it's the kind of urbanization that has unfolded in India is both general to the global aspect and also very specific. Why it's global? Because that's what Ursula Hughes and many others have been pointing out time and again. The sheer commoditization of services that was supposed to be a right of a citizen in the city. Now, take, for example, water. Is water a right or a need? So, all that debate that we have been witnessing, education for that matter. Health, we've seen how health has actually come up in the recent pandemic. This says, actually, why I'm bringing this to the fore is when we talk about cities, this has created a huge gap between in the cities, and large-scale informality has actually created. Of course, as I said, the state was in a kind of a withdrawal state, and then this large-scale informal sector where we jumped from almost 74% to 94%, and now the cities are where your home-based work was more commoditized. So you have the Zomatos, you have Tomatoes, you have Ubers, and all this large scale of this workforce actually emerged. But our city planning actually lacked the vision. How do we cater to this inflow of large scale migration that is taking place in the cities? I think that's the first thing that I want to point to. The second part is actually when we were planning our cities post 1985, and when we come to JNNU-RM, we actually, that was quite a general understanding which was taking place in global, treating cities as entrepreneurs. Okay, so you just make cities competitive. Mumbai will compete with Shanghai. You open up open up your city so that you can attract investments in the cities, and through those investments, actually the city would advance further. And I remember in one of our interactions with the then urban development minister, who happens to be our vice president now, and he quoting that, look, the cities do not have funds, so they go to our provincial government. And the provincial governments do not have funds, so they come to the central government. Central government also do not have the funds to provide, to educate funds. I mean, of course, we have that Isha Judge Ahluwalia report. And then we go to some of the multilateral institutions. And then, this is what I have always been accused of, but I would always actually bring that to the fore, the nexus that exists between city planning and, large-scale capital-intensive technologies adopted in technological solutions. Now, who plans for whom? I mean, if that's the question we ask, let's not be that naive. I think I have served the city for 5 years, and I always thought that being the directly elected deputy mayor, it's the responsibility of the city government, actually, which is planning for citizens, and of course the participatory role of the citizens. But hey, give me a break. I mean, never that happens. It's actually the development authorities that plan for the city governments and for the cities by large. The Delhi Development Authority, which is a non-political entity, plans for Delhi, and we are doing a review of the 2041 master plan, where there's a complete shift from the 1961, where housing was a kind of inalienable right to more housing coming from the market is going to cater to the needs of housing, and of course the TODs and all that. So likewise, Mumbai, it's the Mumbai Development Authority. It's the development authorities, and if you see these development authorities, they're not answerable to the people at all. So I think the second point that I would like to mention, and that's what is quite specific to India, is that most of the planning work is not done by the city governments. And when it's not done by the city governments, there's hardly any engagement that takes place, engagement of the people, when you're going back to the people, and the bottom-top approach that we are witnessing. And I think the third aspect that we need to understand is, when we talk about informality, is of course the entire process of urban governance. When I say urban governance, actually, I was part of the team to review the 74th Constitutional Amendment. And, the 74th Constitutional Amendment laid emphasis on 18 items under the 12th schedule, which were supposed to be passed on to the city governments. But you'll be shocked to note that not even 3, 3 are universally passed to the city governments. That's where the birth and the death certificate comes from the city governments. And of course, solid waste management happens to be one of the key functions that the city governments perform. Most of the functions in the cities are performed by either parastatals or by some other agencies. So, when we talk about the participatory role and this whole issue of informality in the cities, I think there's hardly any process in which we are able to build up the participatory role of the city. And to speak about the smart cities, actually, I remember K.C. Sivaramakrishnan, who was the chair of our 74th Constitutional Amendment when we were reviewing it. He said it's just like writing an obituary of the 74th Constitutional Amendment, because the smart cities, the decisions are not taken by the city councils. The decisions are taken by the special purpose vehicles, and actually the SPVs, who are neither answerable to the city councils nor answerable to the people, take the decisions. And actually, this is what I have brought on record. They have actually brought disaster to most of the cities that have actually adopted the smart city model of more infrastructure laying. Patna, for that matter, Gurgaon, for that matter, most of the cities who actually went for area-based development actually destroyed their water channels, and flood happened to be one of the important in fact effects that took place after after they switched over to the smart city plan. So the point is actually this entire process that we are witnessing, of course, post 1990s, is where informality has increased n number of times. And if you see the asset holding capacity of the citizens in urban India, there's a latest, of course, there's a latest report that has come up today as well. But the Oxfam report that stated that the 10% asset holders and the gap between the 10% asset holders, top 10% and bottom 10% in rural India is 500 times, but in urban India, it's 50,000 times. That's what we are talking about. That's the huge gap that exists, the huge inequity that exists in the cities, and the informality that leads to such an inequity. Now, what is to be done? I mean, the question is, can we reverse these processes? Just to lay one point, that actually cities have become one of the largest centers of capital accumulation. And this capital accumulation is taking place through real estate development. It's taking place through what I call the transformation or social reproduction from use value to exchange value. That's why I said I'm a hybrid, because what in my era was considered to be a use value for the society is now commoditized and has been converted into an exchange value. So we are witnessing that. And when we are witnessing that, what is to be done to ensure that we go back to the basics of planning? I think it's a very arduous task. It's not that easy, because we have seen, despite all our engagements, we have also seen, while serving the city government, it's not that the city government plans, which I've already said, I would like to reiterate. It's some consultant who's planning for the city, and they'll say, okay, you do not know. They'll come to a small town. They'll say, you do not know how to handle your solid waste management. We will plan your solid waste management plan. The city sanitation plan will come from there. The city mobility plan will come from them. And then they said, you don't worry about the capital flow. I mean, we will ensure that. And most of these plans, if you go through these plans, they would actually favor for a very large capital technology. That's why you find, metro. I mean, tell me, if you go through a mobility plan of Jaipur, I don't think metro is desired in Jaipur, and metro is desired for that matter in Bengaluru. So this whole process that I'm talking about, where people's participation is important, where people plan. And I remember, Simla, we were able to break this jinx, and when we were able to draw the city atlas to measure our own vulnerabilities. Of course, we have examples. We have examples where in Kerala you have the people's plan, where different layers of developmental models are done by their local governments. But Kerala is a different model. And in governance, we find in West Bengal, like you have the mayor in council, where the institution of the elected is more powerful than the institution of the bureaucracy. So the point is, I think, what do you do in such a situation to reverse this trend? Actually, it's difficult to answer. If you ask me, it's very difficult to answer, because the way we are moving ahead, the vertical move for more centralization, the 100 smart cities which were considered to be lighthouses for urban development have actually miserably failed. So maybe that could be one of the areas where we could showcase that, look, these models are not sustainable. These models of top-bottom approach cannot actually lead to the future of sustainable solutions. So I think what we require is some of the interventions that we have been able to do. Take for example, in Sholapur. In Sholapur, the workers who BD workers. BD workers is if you see in the informality ladder, probably they are at the bottom most. But the informal BD workers were able to construct 10,000 houses for them, reclaim their spaces. So I think reclaiming our spaces, and also or what we call urban commons, reclaiming our urban commons, and they have been able to construct 10,000 houses. It's worth visiting. Cholapur, the BD workers, what they have been able to do. So maybe, or what our friends are doing in Lakshadweep, where they are actually fighting this onslaught for complete top-bottom planning from New Delhi. I think so. These examples that we have been able to build in a decentralized form. So when we speak about decentralization, I think it's not just decentralization; it's more democratization that we have to talk about. And when we say more democratization, one of the models that strike my mind, because unlike what is there in the West, is the ward sabhas, which is part and parcel of the 74th constitutional amendment. It's hardly actually practiced in the Indian context as far as Indian cities are concerned. Bangalore, they are doing some example, some experiment. Perhaps some of these experiments are required where the citizens interface, the citizens actually reclaim their spaces in urban governance and say, hey, we want to plan. We want to plan our cities. And this is what Romy and we've been discussing time and again, that if a vertical approach is required, why can't we have a formula? For example, your SPA pass outs who graduate and just have a cooling period of 2 years. And instead of handing over the cities to large transnational corporation consultants, why don't these young people go back to the cities, make the city plans, at least something concrete will come up, because our city governments, 90% of them are unable to even pay the wages of their employees. They hardly, what I'm trying to say. So maybe if they have a cooling off period before they jump to the masters, and then actually plan and decide, engage with the city governments and draw their plans, I think that would be great service. I think with that, I would thank you.
Thank you, Tikenderji. I think very interesting perspective and cross section. You covered the process transition which came from various types of governance and the context in which, and finally, of course, you address to the new graduates also who come out and what do they really do. So very interesting take. Next in line, we have Dr. Neha Pahuja. Ma'am, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Wadipkar. Many thanks for having me in the panel, which is very esteemed and very knowledgeable. So I would say that I would just give a perspective from the research work that we have done so far in a couple of cities in India and the urban centers. And from there, because I'm primarily working on climate change and trying to link information from the international level to the domestic level and the city level. So I'm trying to see how those linkages work. So much of my intervention would be in that direction. So as we know, and I think Dr. Sudhir Sharma just mentioned that he would be talking about mitigation, not so much on adaptation, but I will cover on both aspects. So as we know, that cities are the root cause or they cause climate change. In the sense, they cause much of the emissions. I think there are 75 to 80% global emissions come from the cities, and 60% of energy is consumed within the city, be it in buildings, in transport and things like that. So that that really then occurs to me that a lot of mitigation activities are also to happen in the cities in terms of better development, better planning, better infrastructure and things like that. However, we have seen unplanned development, and coupled with population rise, which we see in India, there is a lot of challenges which are happening. So some challenges which are irrespective of the changing climate, and some which which are due to the changing climate. I'll come to the first one, where I talk about urban heat island, where because of this unplanned development, where we have replaced our natural land cover and created dense concrete infrastructure like pavements or buildings or other surfaces. And these surfaces absorb heat and retain heat. And that's how the temperature, the local ambient temperature of that particular place increases. And that's how urban heat island comes into play. And I want to say that it might look as a very, a research paradigm or something. But the point is, if we look into urban heat island, and if the increase in temperature, so we were working in a small city, the IB value of Jharsuguda district in Orissa, where the temperature have risen, and in summertime, the peak temperature is 58 degrees. So if it is for a day or something, it is understandable. If it happens for a long or prolonged period, then the working condition in that particular area would also suffer. So therefore, urban heat island becomes very important, because if the labor force, workforce wants to sustain themselves, it has to be at a very ambient temperature should be maintained. Therefore, the first concept is that there should be planned development, and so that there are no such impacts which are happening. And in doing so, what we did in Jharsuguda was we were able to talk to various stakeholders from the government to the local communities and develop an action plan. So that's how we proposed taking our research to the planning level. However, what goes ahead, whether it was implemented, whether the government, as the earlier speaker highlighted, whether there is finance available to implement it or willingness available to implement it, there are other governance challenges also, where the nodal agencies would not know what to do, and they would shrug away from their responsibilities and things like that. So that things have to be sorted. However, with the changing climate, I just want to point out that, and we have seen it in recent times with the changing climate, that there are extreme weather conditions and impacts happening. So Mumbai floods in 2005 is an example, Chennai floods in 2015, and Uttarakhand events also. So these are extreme events which cannot be directly attributed to climate change, but there are environmental impacts, and climate change is one of the components therein also. And these events in itself are very costly in terms of impacts, because they impact the basic services, infrastructure, and basic needs like housing, livelihoods, and health. Therefore, this is an important aspect. What do we do? I just want to point out that we have in the past done some studies where we have studied the transport system of the cities, particularly Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi, and tried to overlay the occurrences of events and try to see whether similar flood events occur in future, which areas would be impacted, and therefore what kind of interventions should be taken up. That is one of the things that we have done. However, we realize that this kind of studies which we do and keep in our bookshelves mean nothing. Of course, we have publications, but then if there is no uptake of research, it means nothing. So therefore, we liaise with the NDMA and the city of Guwahati, and where we try to develop an early warning system, a flood early warning system for Guwahati, and along with the NDMA. And we have developed an online platform where the floods can be predicted 4 days in advance. And this prediction can then be relayed to the various networks. Of course, here again, there are challenges of cities being heterogeneous, in the sense that not all users have similar access or equal access to information. So whatever information that we are generating in terms of early morning system warnings and things like that, but it's not probably available or accessible by all users alike. So one is finding the solution, two, making the solution available to the user. So these are some of the challenges. And as I understand, these challenges cannot be done away with if we don't try to mainstream resilience in the policy making. And when I mean mainstreaming resilience, I mean to say that there should be enough efforts from the government bodies to enhance their ability, the communities, all the stakeholders' ability to absorb and recover from future events or shocks. And these shocks, I'm talking of course of environmental shocks, but we have also seen during the pandemic that there are other kinds of shocks also. Pandemic was a huge shock, economic shock for us. So therefore, mainstreaming of resilience is really, really important, and there should be some things, some institutional mechanism that should be built in, which links with the environmental challenges and the developmental processes. Since we have sustainable development goals also, how they can go hand in hand. So what kind of efforts would be taken? So in this direction, some further work is required, and stakeholder engagement to operationalize mainstreaming of resilience is also important. That's all from my side at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhuja. I think very interesting to note those important points which you highlighted, the uptake of research and how it happens ultimately in the field, because this BUCOM is also a part of higher education capacity building project, in which we would like to see the case studies which we did, and of course the knowledge which has been shared today ultimately then transfer to community as well as the authorities which are involved with planning and decision making. At the same time, the mainstreaming of resilience is something which is very important idea, and apart from academics, it has to enter our life sphere as well, which is very critical. So thank you for highlighting. We'll move ahead with the next speaker. We have with us Dr. Chandrabhushan. Sir, please, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. Thank you very much for inviting me. What I'll do is I have a short presentation that I would like to share. And so let me open my presentation for all of you. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
Okay. You know, my title of my presentation is Cities for Sustainable and Inclusive Development. I did not write the title as Sustainable and Inclusive Cities. And the reason was that cities are not islands. And the fate of the city is actually decided in the countryside and the region. Somehow we forget that. Most of our planning exercise is actually focused on cities, whereas the fact is what happens in cities is in many ways decided in terms of what is happening in the region. I'll give you an example of air pollution. We have been trying to solve air pollution problem in Delhi for the last 10-15 years. And we will not be able to solve that problem if Delhi itself is the focus of solution. Because fundamentally, what Delhi can do can only solve 15% of the air pollution problem. 85% of the air pollution problem is outside, in the region, in the countryside, in the way we burn biomass and energy. So the reason why I kept this title was to emphasize the point that we do not have to think about cities as islands. They are not. Somehow our planners do think like that. And because being a planner, I have studied planning, and somehow it is ingrained in our head that you can plan as cities. You can plan a city. Unfortunately, you cannot. If you cannot plan what is happening outside cities, you cannot plan a city. I want to give you an example of what is likely to happen in next 20 to 30 years in terms of resource consumption. Our population is going to be about 9.6 billion by 2050, global population. Okay, we are about 7.5 billion. So we are going to add at least 2 more billion people in the next 30 years. This is what the population, even if, all kinds of population control measures are put in place, our demographic pyramid is such that the world will add 2 more billion people at least. Which means that we will have to get at least 1.5 times more grain, food commodity, and we will have to get at least 60 to 70% more water. Now, this is what is the resource requirement, and I can add to this our energy requirement, I can add to this land requirement, minerals requirement. Everything is going to grow exponentially, largely because people are also, they should and they will become affluent. They will have more purchasing power, they'll buy more things. So unlike more than 1 billion poor people living in slum, we will have far more consumption of resources. Now, if this is going to happen, frankly speaking, it will be decided in the cities, because our population is going to grow in the cities, not in rural areas. And suppose by 2050, if 70% people are going to live in cities, then we are talking about 7 billion urbanites. And we have to manage 7 billion people in urban areas. The question I'm asking here is, are our planners or are there models which will allow urbanization for 7 billion people in a country like India? Okay, this is what the challenge that is in front of us. We have explosive population growth in urban areas alongside explosive economic growth, which will happen. Okay. Even if it's a 4% or 6% economic growth, from historical perspective, these are explosive economic growth in India. So one, our population is growing, our economy is growing, and we now have to plan for maybe about 9,000 cities and urban areas. This is an old data, but recent studies clearly show that if we use the definition of urbanization from the perspective of economic activity, then maybe more than 50% of India is already living in cities, in peri-urban areas and urban areas. But just for example, if we have to plan for 8,000 urban entities, how do we plan it? Do we have a model? Do we copy what Madrid and Washington does, or do we find something else for ourselves? Now, this brings me to the issue of how planning has to be. I have a completely different view on planning, and I'm going to put it forward, something that we all need to either reject or discuss. And the point that I'm putting forward is that we have to plan for chaos, not for linearity. For all planners are made to think in a linear fashion, whereas there is nothing in the world which is linear. We do not lean with linear economic growth. We do not deal with linearity in human behavior. We do not have linearity in the way physical structure changes. There's nothing linear in the world. However, we are taught to plan linearly, whereas we are dealing with a chaotic world. Now, this dichotomy has to be understood very well. I have heard previous planner that let's mainstream things and it will become all right. How do you mainstream something in a linear fashion when everything else is happening in a chaotic manner? So I think there has to be fundamental change in the way we think about planning. Okay. I have put down few points. I have discussed it. I have written about it, but let me just put out 4 or 5 propositions in front of you for something that we all can discuss. Do we need a planned city or city that plans? Okay. And this is a fundamental difference in planning. A planned city we have done so far, top down, without a top down, non-participatory way of dealing with planning. Or do we need a city which plans, which is much more bottom up? And what mechanism will be required to do that? Do we have a mechanism to do that? Okay. Second, do we only do physical planning? This is what we do. Or do we bring in new methods of social, economic, cultural, and environmental planning? Because only physical planning doesn't work. We are not even taught other things. So in planning institutions. Okay. Do we plan? Do we do planning as an ongoing inclusive process as opposed to fixed master plan? Do we need to have a 30 years master plan? Does it make sense in a fast moving world to have a decadal master plan? something that we need to discuss? Or do we need to have a much more flexible master plan? Something that can be reviewed every 5 years? Something is an issue that we need to seriously look at, because we like to project 30 years. I don't think anyone knows what is going to happen in next 30 years. 6th election cycle changes everything. So thinking about 3 decades, what will happen in a city is beyond human imagination, but we do plan for 30, 20 years. Do we plan for rich or for the population that we have? And I have always wondered that. 70% of urban India is poor. They are economically backward, economically weak. They live in slum or informal settlement. But when we plan our city, we give 70% of area to the rich. So shouldn't our planning reflect who we are as a country, or should we start thinking about us as a Western world? As a country, we are a poor country. So should we plan for poverty or should we plan for rich? This is a fundamental issue also, which I think is something that we all need to confront at one point of time. So these are some of the issues, whether diversity is important or we would like to have uniformity. What is the role of informal sector in our city planning and design? And lastly, an overarching issue now is climate change. Now, if we look at all these things, the ultimate thing is, first of all, we do not have enough planners, and we do not have planners of the kind that we need. I think that planning as a profession has been there for drawing room chats. It has not made consequential impact in the way cities in India have developed. So what kind of planners we need and how many planners we need? I was invited recently by the NITI Aayog. I'm sure all of you would have seen the report on planning education, the report that NITI Aayog has come out with. Now, we need a different kind of planning, and we need for that different kind of planners. Planners who can think to manage chaos, planners who think about doing things linearly in a country like India, I think will fail time and time again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrabhushan. Wonderful insight. And since you yourself summarized towards the end the 7 propositions which you made, I think they give a lot of food for thought. So a major takeaway from the session definitely is one of the takeaways is what you propose. So thanks a lot, and we'll take questions, and also we have a brief summary which is coming towards the end. Before we move on for the next panelist, Mr. Sandeep Virmani, just want to announce that we are doing a small poll, so all the attendees are requested to please answer the poll questions which are there. So I'm just launching it. So by the time we have the last lecture, we will have the poll with us. Yeah, it's there. Kindly check in your. So I request now Architect Sandeep Virmani to please take on the stage. Yeah.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you, Sridharan, for having me. Am I audible, Anand?
Yes, sir, very clear. Yeah.
Okay, great. I tend to completely resonate with what Chandrabhushan ji has been saying, what Tekadar was saying earlier. It really amazes me how a planner today, after studying, actually can sit down and plan for this amazingly complex creature called the city that we have started living in. And but let me start with a little utopian idea of when I was a young architect. I had passed out of the School of Architecture in Chandigarh. I had the opportunity to work with Aditya Prakash. He was one of the 8 architects who worked with Le Corbusier to build Chandigarh. And the person who used to come and give us milk at home, I one day asked him that, where are you bringing this milk from? And he said, from the adjoining village. And then he went on to tell me that, my father used to live where you are living now. Our village used to be here. And So Chandigarh was actually planned with the whole by removing 3 villages, and these people who then became part of the informal city of Chandigarh were the ones who were providing all the services to us. So it was a picture postcard idea of a utopian European city called Chandigarh. And the informality was very carefully structured and kept out of the sector. And so Aditya Prakash, who was a Gandhian at heart, felt that we had gone somewhere terribly wrong. So we started interviewing a lot of these people who were, so to speak, the part of the informal. And then he was also given the responsibility of designing Haryana's new capital at that time. Panchkula was not at that time to be the capital. And we actually envisioned the whole idea that if these 3 cities had been here and the city had grown around the villages, what kind of a conception of planning would we be looking at? And then we went on to design sectors with small production centers, small villages in the center. It is true that more than 60–70% of our the economies of our B-class, C-class cities is run by the informal sectors. They're taking far more risks, being far more dynamic in their business than big companies are. It is true that all the hands and the services they provide with their hands are the ones that are building the cities, in spite of the fact that not a single mason has studied in a formal college. And yet we don't seem to want to provide any space for them. And we in fact don't even think they have anything to offer. So when we started working here in the city of Bhuj in Kutch, and we built about 1,000 houses under various housing schemes in the city. And the first thing we did was we realized that if at all there is any social capital, it lies with the informal sector. You know, the ability to have trust in each other, to be able to take complex decisions is something that we in the cities as the middle class don't know how to do, because real estates decide who my neighbor is going to be. We have divided our city according to class. And only after I have bought my house, I realize that I have a community with whom I'm supposed to engage with and take decisions. And I have done a lot of work with many communities in slums and in villages. The sophistication with which they are able to conduct meetings and take complex decisions is something that I have struggled with in my own society, to even take a decision on what should be the maintenance charge that we should have for water and chowkidar. And that is why we are very happy to give the entire responsibility of decision making to our municipalities, because we are too busy earning money. So the third important aspect that we tried here when we were building with these slums was we said that, okay, you have your, because the city is not going to take care of you. Even now that they have, that you have been able to build your own houses, they were able to build all the 1,000 houses on their own. You must have your own water management, your own sewage management, your own solid waste management, and your own decision making on how all common spaces will be used. So they registered an organization and got into an arrangement with the municipal corporation that they will be charged fewer taxes because they are going to be recycling everything and repairing everything in their own little decentralized governance hamlets. Of course, our municipalities don't even have the powers to allow any society to take its own decisions, because they are taken not here, but in Gandhinagar by the states. And so as a result, what we find is that the whole idea that we can have actually productive cities who can be producing food through the amount of water that we waste in our cities is something that is possible by the informal sector. They have the social capital, they have the heart and the ability to relate with each other. and take complex decisions. And if given the opportunity to be decentralized, I think Odisha is a very good example of where they have decided that they're going to give the land to the informal sector. It's only about 6 to 8% of the entire city. What Chandrabhushan was saying is absolutely right. 40 to 50% of the city, the informal sector lives on only 6 to 7% of the entire city's land. And I think Odisha has realized that, and they are very quickly giving this land away to the people, saying that now you live your own lives before anybody else tries to interfere and take away whatever you already have. So I think the other big problem is that in our education, when we are training our planners, we are training our architects, we are training our engineers, we are taught that the informal sector, the slums, are dangerous places. And they do not know what is good for them. And that is, in fact, just the opposite of the way the middle classes live. In fact, the middle classes don't know how to govern themselves. It is the ability, you go into a slum and they will be immediately very hospitable. They will immediately offer you food and drink, which is something that I cannot expect in the middle class societies that you will walk into, which are gated communities with chowkidar standing outside and making sure that you do not enter. And the moment a planner, all that a planner has to really do is to ask the correct questions. And the answers are something that come forth very quickly, very easily in a decentralized format. I think if you have to plan for chaos, as Chandrabhushan said, you have to decentralize your cities. It's impossible for such complex cities with such huge diversity to be run by single municipal corporations. You have to allow ward committees, you have to allow even mohalla committees to take over and run their own lives. And that is why it is not going to be a set of technologies, plans, and infrastructure that is going to be able to create resilience. It is actually the ability to create trust, decentralization, dignity, and tolerance for diversity that are the basic teaching models that we need to develop our cities upon. I'll stop over here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, such a wonderful, again, spectrum of formality, informality, and the role and the kind of the role it plays in terms of how our requirements are addressed and imagined and ultimately planned. So we aim here. Currently, we don't have questions right now in the Q&A. I will request Dr. Nataraj to please come into the discussion, as well also request chair of the panel to be here present with us, Dr. Sudhir Sharma.
Anand, there's a question in the chat box from Meera Mehta, which is about has the community response platform been actually developed and used anywhere? So I think this question came up after the first panel discussion. So if you would want to like to take that up.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Anand. Thanks to all our panelists for their very insightful and indeed interesting views on the theme of this session, informality and urban resilience. I take this opportunity to quickly sum up the discussion, after which we will have a question and answer session. In fact, we will take that question in the chat box. In fact, various viewpoints expressed by the panelists demonstrate how important and significant is the topic of today's discussion is. A number of challenges have been highlighted in this session. A few of these challenges are, in fact, with this discussion, it has now come to the forefront that many of the challenges related to the informality are a direct consequence of the environmental risk, stresses and shocks. Important priorities of the informal settlements are often ignored, not discussed and addressed. Spatial inequalities making the informal households invisible, complex urban governance and its related and associated challenges, lack of access to information, knowledge, and lack of understanding to anticipate
prepare for and respond to hazardous events due to climate change. Lack of people's participation with no adequate interaction and engagement with the locals. Designs rarely consider the challenges being posed to the informal settlements. Overwhelming challenges due to increased risks from highly uncertain nature of climate change with little capacity to cope, and need to go back to the basics of informality for better intervention. This has been emphasized. It has also been emphasized that there is a need for mitigation activities to the climate change for better infrastructure in the cities. Apart from this, there have been many other important points which have been highlighted, such as no adequate planning to address the issue of urban heat islands and extreme weather conditions, and lack of critical infrastructure and basic needs of the informal settlements in major cities. And the city of Mumbai was cited as an example. And need to focus on a regional scale rather on a city scale, because focusing on city scale itself may not be a solution. And all said and done, we cannot forget the fact that there has been emphasis on the fact that the explosive population and in turn the urban expansion of the informal settlements, and therefore there is a need for planning for chaos and a need for integrated, accommodative, decentralized and flexible planning. These are a very, very quick summary of the discussion from the panelists today. Very interesting. With this, given this background, I now of course open for the question and answer session, but since we have already received one question in the chat box from Ms. Meera Mehta, the question to our panelists today is, has the community response platform been actually developed and used anywhere? May I now request any one of our panelists to take the question, please? I can repeat the question. The question is, has the community response platform been actually developed and used anywhere? Yes, please. Any one of our panelists would like to take this question? Am I audible? Yeah. The question is, has the community response platform been actually developed and used anywhere else? And if so, any response answer can be provided to this. Now, this is a question which was put in the chat box after the keynote address. So in such case, I think maybe we will send this question to our panelists and take the response and try to give response to our the person who has asked this question. So if there are no questions, I don't see there are any more questions in the chat box, either in the chat box or in the question answer, this one. So with this, as there are no more questions, then I take this opportunity to conclude the session by thanking on behalf of School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Isa Baud, all the distinguished panelists, Sudhir Sharma, Tikendra Singh, Dr. Neha Pahuja, Dr. Chandra Bhushan, and architect Sandeep Virmani. I also thank the BRIOCOM coordinator, Tanya Berger, project partners and conference organizers, Spark and Trivia, all the participants of this session, and last but not the least, Professor Sridharan, director of our institute, and all our team members. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
We thank you very much. Thank you.